right?
Madam Speaker!
Cool.
Good evening to everyone in this honorable house on this blessed Tuesday. First, let me give respect to the Spirit of God, which is the entire head of my life. Before we pray, we can take it down. I just want to say this, that I listened to the speech yesterday from the Honorable, and that's how I'm think about. I love education, and I love you building some more schools and showing them up. Take a bow, Honorable. Obi Village, come take a bow, son. Your speech was good. Listen, don't mind me, I may do favor that listening and sip on some things. Amen. And the right time they take a bow, I'm pleased. Amen. Thank God for you all that are here. And one day, I pray that we have a woman prime minister. Everything is changing. Somebody who you talk about, I call nobody name. I say, I pray one day. I didn't say now. Because we know that Mary was the first one that carried a message. Yes, so. Jesus told Mary, said, Mary doing after the crucifixion came, said, Mary, now go and tell my disciple, meet me over in Galilee. Amen. It was woman. Yes. And I look around, I always call the woman in this house, there are 7 women, 7 daughters of Zion. Somebody was 7 daughters. I figured, go back to biblical. We got some preachers in here. Amen. You know what 7 daughters of Zion is. Yes, sir. Amen. I thank God for them. I thank God for the government, also the opposition. Amen. Amen. So stay on board. Don't jump no ship. Stay on board, because I believe that better things are coming by and by. Hallelujah. By amen. Watch it now. Look here now. Look here. Don't let me cause me speak in tongue now, because I could shun around the thunder, but not today. Let us bow our heads to the Lord in prayer. Father God, in the mighty name of Jesus, God, we thank you, God, for this day, because it's a sweet, sweet spirit in this place. And we know that it is the presence of the Lord. Though Satan rages, God, we will not be defeated. Do the enemies come on every side, God? We know that our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God. God, we decree and we declare miracles over this Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Even in this Parliament, God, we decree, we declare miracles. Every members of Parliament, God, you know them by name and by nature. Those that are here and not are here. Touch them right now, God, from the crown of their head, Lord, to the sole of feet. God, and them that what need to be delivered, God, deliver them. Not over to the will of the enemy, God, but over to your will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And thou hast taught us to say, children,
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is your kingdom, the power and your glory, forever and ever. Amen. May the peace of God be with you all, that passes all understanding.
Honorable members, at the break, we was in debate about the appropriation revenue account bill. I presume we are now ready. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to fellow colleagues and the entire Commonwealth of the Bahamas. How many times you can stand up? Madam Speaker, it's a privilege to, as Mama would say, to be above ground And as I stand here, I'm grateful to Almighty God for what He continues to do in my life and for me, and continues to show me that stay steadfast and you stay on the wall, and despite the plans of the enemy, that you will prevail. Madam Speaker, as I often say, I continue to believe as I stand here that the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is the greatest nation on earth. And I will never retreat from that statement. Madam Speaker, before I get into the merits and the demerits of this budget debate, I just wish to address a few issues that have been on my mind. I'm kind of in a reflective mood today, and so I just wish to share a few things. I'm grateful to the people, the great people of St. Barnabas, who continue to remind me every day of why it is that I do what I do. We've had consistently a campaign of love in St. Barnabas, and so I'm always grateful as I stand here to be their voice, particularly now as the re-elected member from St. Barnabas, as I would have stated some months ago, under some incredible political challenges, or as some call it, the political wave, the people of St. Barnabas decided to send this member back to this House. And for that, I'm very grateful. I'm extra grateful, Madam Speaker, because I've been sent back to this House with a combination of members of the Free National Movement, supporters of the Progressive Liberal Party, and independent thinking individuals in St. Barnabas who said that they appreciate representation irrespective of what their political affiliation may be. I wish to just offer some condolences, Madam Speaker, to a few persons in my families and my constituencies who passed: Rodalds Michelle, Diane Fernanda, Alice Monker, George Gibson, and Garth Hall. May their souls rest in peace. Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I also wish to thank my children and my wife of 185 days now. I'm grateful to her. My wife, Madam Speaker, she's the granddaughter of Captain Simpson Penn, and the country knows Simpson Penn and what he's given the country. And that spirit of nation building is in my wife, and I'm grateful that she constantly reminds me to be resilient in my love for everyone and to keep moving, even moving and sharing love with those persons who might not necessarily have your best interest. And Shakespeare says, "You love all, trust few, and do wrong to none." Amen. Amen. Madam Speaker, also while I'm on my feet, the last week, Madam Speaker, I had two very important conversations. One I had with my daughter, and 19-year-olds can be very reflective now. I've given up on trying to demand that she not date, or they not demand that they not date till they're 40. That obviously ain't gonna work. But I was having a conversation with my daughter the other day, and I'm glad the member for Angliston is here, because she talks about the member for Angliston a whole lot. She sure does. And this would have happened, she would have recalled the back and forth that myself and the member and I would have had. And I had to let her know that's part of what we do, but there's still love and respect there. But she has an admiration for the member for Angliston. Yes, she does. Member for Angliston. And the other day, the member for Angliston so graciously would have spoken about the contributions of Dame Janet Boswick. And it got me thinking, as I have 3 daughters, just got me thinking about the role of women in the building of our nation. And I thought about the member of Angliston, and wish to say, Madam Speaker, as the member for Angliston sits there, and I say this with great joy. She sits there, history would record as now the longest serving female member of parliament, and she should be saluted for that. See, West Grandmama and Bimini, I'm starting off good, right? Yes. So the honorable member will join a host of other women who have illuminated the corridors of Bahamian history, but I just thought it was important for me to say that, honorable member. Thank you. Also, I met a young man and his mother at the mall. I won't call their names. And it was a bit embarrassing, actually, but it brought to the fore of my mind, Madam Speaker, that we really have to be careful how we operate in politics. And she stopped me by the mall and she said, Mr. Cartwright, I'm glad I see you. Man, my son, you know, and this is a 12-year-old. My son just want to ask you, a couple of questions. And he was like, Mr. Cartwright, say, why when you have a F&M prime minister, the PLP is talk about them bad, and say when you have a PLP prime minister. Now, here's a young man who was asking me a serious question, but I had to stop myself and say to him, listen, you know, there's the prime minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and I went on and I said to him that Sir Lyndon Pindling, the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram, the Right Honorable Perry Christie, and Dr. Hubert Minnis have all served their country and should be saluted for how they served their country. And ultimately, as we all know, history is the ultimate judge of their legacies. Madam Speaker, as I turn to the budget, Madam Speaker, I wish to immediately talk about an issue that Bahamians have been very frustrated about, and that is deforestation. Madam Speaker, I would have congratulated the Prime Minister on his speech at COP26. And as we endeavor to take on a much needed role in global leadership on climate change and climate justice, and prepare to host COP27, I believe, I wish to emphasize that we must lead at home as well. In recent weeks, there has been ongoing public outrage and debate about the large-scale deforestation taking place across the Bahamas, and especially on the island of New Providence. The observations made have become very concerning to the Bahamian people, as deforestation remains a significant contributor to global warming. As we are all aware, climate change continues to increase the vulnerability of small island developing states like the Bahamas. And as the government continues to agitate and position the Bahamas to be a regional and global leader on climate change, as stated, we ask the government to firstly, or as well, I should say, lead at home on this vexing issue. Being on the front line of this important fight starts right back here in our backyards. The loss of trees and other vegetation can cause climate change, soil erosion, fewer crops, flooding, increased greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, climate imbalance, and climate change. Deforestation also affects the climate in many ways. Increasing global warming, increasing greenhouse gas emissions, soil erosion, floods, wildlife extinction, and habitat loss. In its blueprint, the government also committed to reassessing and renegotiating agreements for mining of natural resources and establishing a sovereign wealth fund so that the Bahamian people would receive justified royalties from our natural resources for generations to come. However, we see no substantial movement on that front. This is important, Madam Speaker, as Bahamians have been demanding security of their patronage as they've watched individuals and companies feast on our natural resources for decades with no appreciable long-term benefit for Bahamians. As we speak, there's a passionate and visceral debate raging in our population about the amount of depleting deforestation going on throughout our country. We ask the government on behalf of the Bahamian people to bring clarity, particularly as the impact of deforestation is directly related to climate change. To the budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I offer these thoughts on the budget, and as I start on crime, in the most sobering, heart-wrenching, and objective terms, noting, Madam Speaker, that even in the sheer semblance of a question or constructive critique on behalf of the Bahamian people regarding crime immediately gets labeled as political posturing. Today, Madam Speaker, that is a criticism I am prepared to shoulder for the sake of duty to country, the Bahamian people, and those families who've lost loved ones for whom we offer our prayers. Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people are fully aware that our nation's economic security is anchored and tied to our national security. I'm thankful for having what is called a policing family. My uncle served as Deputy Commissioner of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. My grandfather served as Assistant Superintendent in charge of the Armory. My stepfather, who's been in my life from I was 8 years old, served on the police force for 21 years, and I was briefly immersed in the Police Cadet Corps in 1993. Like many policing families and the Bahamian people, I am grateful to the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force. We continue to applaud and honor your sacrifice. Madam Speaker, crime and the threat of crime can continue to be a clear and present danger to the societal and economic stability of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. A government's primary responsibility is to keep its citizens safe. Madam Speaker, we are in trouble, and our communities, neighborhoods, and schools are becoming increasingly unsafe. They become war zones, Madam Speaker, and too much grief is visiting our communities. This is not overreacting. This is not hyperbole. Madam Speaker, the solutions to crime are multifaceted and require the intervention of all of us. However, governments must lead. Bahamians note that the government has not announced one major, immediate, significant policy decision or long-term comprehensive plan to combat this menace to the Bahamian way of life, nor reassure the Bahamian people of their ability to address crime in our country. Madam Speaker, our people are living in fear, and the government has not shown leadership on this matter. The Bahamian people do not want optics, they want tactics, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've said often that we must resist the inclination to politic on the issue of crime, as it requires everybody's intervention. However, the government must lead, and there is a fundamental question that the Bahamian people are asking, and they have a right to ask any government, F&M or PLP, and the government has a duty, an obligation to respond. The Bahamian people are asking, does this government consider crime a national priority in an actionable way? Madam Speaker, if there was a question of the severity of the state of crime in our country, let's look at the headlines, Madam Speaker. Crime up 18%. 3 weekend murders.
Honourable member. Honourable member.
2 young men hospitalized after shooting on church.
Are you pulling? Are they from the dailies? Or
Yes.
are you adopting?
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable member.
2 young men hospitalized after shooting on church premises. And while no death is worth more than another, and life is worth more than the other, I should say, sorry. Boy 13 shot dead. Madam Speaker, the government has announced the plans to construct a $40 million prison. And while there does exist a need for such a facility, and the proposed policy focus to go along, and while arguments are accepted on its impact on rehabilitation and reducing recidivism, we must focus more on source public policies and programs that prevent individuals from being introduced to the prison system in the first place. To achieve this, Madam Speaker, we need a comprehensive plan, a comprehensive plan that the government has failed to present. Madam Speaker, the past 2 years have been immensely difficult and challenging ones for the Bahamian people, for our great Commonwealth. In the past 2 years, we have lost some 811 plus Bahamians to this deadly virus. Our grandparents, mothers, fathers, siblings, friends, nation builders. Many students had to defer their dreams and their entry to colleges and universities. Much of the workforce was struggling to make ends meet. That struggle continues as fast as food cost rises and the pain at the gas pump paralyzes Bahamian motorists. Businesses have been grappling with illiquidity and insolvency, Madam Speaker. We have lost so much and simultaneously, though, have gained so much more in being confronted by this moment with one of the greatest tests we've ever faced as a people and a nation. Despite the circumstances, there is no cause for despair, disenchantment, or disillusionment, but rather cause for admiration, optimism, and hope, as we, the Bahamian people, are still here standing. What is upon us now is a new prospect, Madam Speaker, a new frontier. And what is required next is that our tenacity and resilience shown as a people must now chart a new course in a world that eagerly awaits greater societies and even more innovative, evolving populations. We cannot afford for history to record and future generations to reflect that we allowed the gravity of this moment to elude us. Martin Luther King, Madam Speaker, calls it the fierce urgency of now. Madam Speaker, we the Bahamian people must now take our place to reside in the echelons of those nations that perfected themselves, redefined, and reshaped the prospect for its people and altered its global standing. The legacy of the impact of this global pandemic, historic inflation, and growing social pressures of us as a people must not be centered on how our trials and tribulations affected us, but in our triumphs. We cannot allow the story to be about the despair and the misery. History in the world should take note on how we planned, innovated, and how we overcame. These are indeed unprecedented times, but before us are also unprecedented opportunities, Madam Speaker. We must reframe and reimagine government and how it delivers to and for the Bahamian people. It is precisely why this yearly fiscal exercise we debate in the main is not some abstract project or a formality that needs to be checked, Madam Speaker. It has real-life consequences for the Bahamian people in the now and who we would like to be as a nation in the future. Madam Speaker, all of us, political, religious, and civic leaders, and indeed the Bahamian people, are called to be architects of a more prosperous nation. A government's duty in the context of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in my humble view, must be to capture the imagination of the Bahamian people by setting a course, a trajectory, a plan by which the dreams and aspirations of the Bahamian people can flourish and be realized in real and non-negotiable terms. Setting the course in this moment requires that a government consider and address the challenges the Bahamian people are beset with. Debilitating crime, historic inflation, high food costs, paralyzing, skyrocketing gas prices, climate injustice, the exploitation of our natural resources, and the strong possibility, Madam Speaker, of a worsening global and national economic forecast. So, Madam Speaker, given the magnitude of what is before us as a nation, I humbly submit, in my view, that there was something disconcerting and disappointing about this debate from the beginning. There's been something status quo, pedestrian, same old, and run-of-the-mill about this budget. This budget should have been courageous and ambitious, Madam Speaker. Yet this is a budget debate, but it should have been about eliminating the mountain of debt off the backs of future generations of Bahamians and breaking the fiscal shackles off their feet. Why should they inherit the results of our selfishness, our lack of planning, short-sightedness, and I dare say courage? Madam Speaker, the only debt our children should be faced with when they start their lives is their debt to society, the responsibility to give back. This budget should have been about creating a transformational and empowering environment for the Bahamian entrepreneurial spirit to flourish, Madam Speaker. It should have been about creating new sustainable industries and establish a framework to spur and encourage future industries as we work to diversify and strengthen the Bahamian economy for all. It should have been about the single mother, the food vendor who's working tirelessly to make ends meet, food preparation late night, and she is up at the crack of dawn to meet her patrons. It should have been about the taxi driver who waits on the long lines and endures the call-up system daily, waiting on our visitors. And while the taxi business has been good to their family, they want their children to reach for something different of their own desire. It should have been about the Bahamian student, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In his or her sophomore year in university, who is eager to return home after graduation, but they aren't quite sure that the Bahamian economy will adequately accommodate and reward them for all the hard work they've put in and qualifications they've earned. They're fending off that inclination to become reluctant participants in the ongoing brain drain, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget should have been about the thousands of Bahamian men and women who suffer from cancer, diabetes, and other non-communicable diseases and deserve an efficient state-of-the-art healthcare system. It should have been about that young man or young woman who has an idea and just needs an opportunity to access mentorship and capital. Madam Speaker, this budget should be about securing the future of generations of Bahamians. This should have been our opportunity to put a down payment on the Bahamas' future. It's about our children and our children's children. Madam Speaker, when it comes to this budget, the Bahamian people have been let down. The government, Madam Speaker, the government has overpromised and underdelivered, Madam Speaker. Never have, Madam Speaker, never have the Bahamian people needed so much, expected so much, but received so little. Every general election in which the Bahamian people sideline the incumbent party, there's a deluge of promises of change from the incoming administration. Last year's election was no different. Bahamians, as they always do, determine the parameters for how they wish to be served. The determination from the Bahamian people, Madam Speaker, the Progressive Liberal Party will govern, and the Free National Movement shall hold them accountable. This is the democratic 5-year contract we, the opposition, and the government have signed on to. Put another way, Madam Speaker, the government is hired to fix it, and the opposition is hired to make sure they do. This obligation and expectation on any government comes not from the opposition, Madam Speaker, but the Bahamian people. So we say to the government, you have been elected to bring solutions to the pressing issues facing the Bahamian people, so they expect you to fix it. Madam Speaker, what remains is an inescapable and stubborn democratic truth that this government must face. You are the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, elected by the people. And while on one hand it is amounted to great political fortune through power, perks, and privileges, it has placed at your feet the solemn responsibility for the affairs of our nation, the responsibility to be forward-thinking. The Bahamian people don't want excuses, Madam Speaker. They don't want a relitigation of the campaign of September 16th. They don't want the moniker of what the former government didn't do. As the member of Angliston always says, and this is why she will also go down in history, just fix it. In the context, yes you do. In the context of an electoral process, the Bahamian people serve as judge, jury, and executioner. They have made their judgment. They placed you over there and placed us over here. We respect their decision and our fate. You must now accept yours to govern and fix it. Yes, no excuses. Yes, when elected governments begin to deflect and deviate from their responsibility to government, then they should call an election. Every deflection, finger pointing, or blaming is better spent addressing crime.
Members,
Madam Speaker.
Members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker, please.
Members.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Thank you. The finger pointing or blaming is time better spent bringing relief to the poor and working class Bahamians. It's time that can be used to strengthen small businesses. It's time and energy that ought to be used to stave off the impact of the major economic turbulence that global financial analysts and central banks are foreshadowing. The revision and looking back does not help our people. In the business of governance, Madam Speaker, you are often given the hand you are dealt. Where you are held accountable by the people is how you play the hand, how you govern, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we commend those individuals who have answered the call to serve. Madam Speaker,
Honourable members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm obviously saying some things that they don't like.
No question.
Madam Speaker, we commend those individuals who have answered the call to serve in government in various capacities. The Bahamian people have noted, Madam Speaker, that all of the posts have been given out. Ministerial portfolios are set.
Yes.
Parliamentary secretaries appointed. Boards populated.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, from the rollout of announcements, Bahamian taxpayers have observed every crevice and cranny of the public purse has been used, including a whopping $62 million for consultants across the public service. The government has equipped itself with its personnel and in all likelihood will have its budgeted desires by the start of July 1st, the start of the new fiscal year. You now have the whole kit and caboodle, the whole hog, they say. You have everything and everyone at your disposal. So the Bahamian people expect you to fix it. They expect you to fix it, and excuses won't work. Madam Speaker, I'm the member of an organization, and there's a saying that we have. It says that excuses are tools of incompetence that build monuments of nothingness. Yes. So the government cannot have excuses. Yes. Excuses won't slow the shocking. Excuses Excuses will not slow the shocking crime numbers, combat record inflation, a lingering pandemic, rising food costs, soaring gas prices. Finger pointing won't put food on people's table, secure the Bahamian people's patronage, fight the existential threat of climate change, or fend off the threat to our natural resources, like the depletion of pine forests and aggregate mining. Fewer than 9 months into this administration, in the midst of a national budget debate, we are finding out just what change is about for the Bahamian people under this government. Unfortunately, the promised change or the atmospherics of change, Madam Speaker, belie a reality that the government cannot avoid that looms large in this first budget of this administration. The government has given the impression that things are flying high, Madam Speaker. But what is high, Madam Speaker? Food costs is high. Gas costs is high. Inflation is high. Madam Speaker, I hear it everywhere I go. Mr. Cartwright, things tough. Things mash up. It tight, boss. I pussin' and the struggle is real. Madam Speaker, the struggle is real for thousands of Bahamians every day. The standard of living is getting worse, and the cost of living is getting worse for our people. Other than some justifiable and warranted allocations, fiscal tickling, Madam Speaker, and carrot dangling, this first budget of this new administration is viewed by the Bahamian people as uninspiring, unimaginative, unoriginal, and amounts to a close your eyes and cross your fingers, hoping things happen budget. In the words of a well-noted book, Madam Speaker, hope is not a strategy. This budget is void of the big ideas, lacks the innovation, discipline, and extraordinary vision needed in these extraordinary times. And Madam Speaker, it fails in our view to adequately and strategically prepare our people and our nation for possibly more economic storms. It embraces short-term thinking and does not adequately address the severity of our challenges, nor take advantage of the opportunity this moment provides. Even a very cursory look at the budget reveals misplaced numbers which offer misplaced priorities that ultimately leads to a budget misplaced for the time we are in. This budget in totality, Madam Speaker, is off the mark. A very baseline reality undercuts the stated objective of this budget. The government is a caretaker of a Bahamian economy that is isolated, open, and unfortunately overly reliant on other economies. Many international analysts and global economies are presenting a tempered, reserved, and cautious view of economic growth and are planning accordingly. Yet, the government projects and paints a glorious picture of revenue growth and expanding economic forecasts. Madam Speaker, are we planning amidst what the world recognizes as increasing geopolitical risks to world economies? It makes no sense to bury our heads in the proverbial sand. Moody's said of this budget that it has overly optimistic revenue projections, while highlighting the risk in the numbers presented. What Moody's is essentially saying is that they don't trust the government's numbers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Madam Speaker, the member says that Moody's, a respected international organization, does not trust the government numbers. He ought to verify or he must withdraw.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I'll repeat what I said. I said Moody's is essentially saying, I didn't say that Moody's said. I said that Moody's, it's an interpretation, right? No. I've been to good school too, Exuma, right? Moody's is essentially saying is that they don't trust the government's numbers, right?
Yeah. Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
If it's the member's interpretation of what Moody's is saying, then he should say so. But to present that Moody's doesn't trust, or that they are saying that they don't trust the government numbers, is flat out wrong. He knows better. It's misleading. It's damaging. We told them when they were in government not to talk down the economy, and they did.
Yes.
He comes here, he's doing the same thing, Madam Speaker. I actually do the decent and honorable thing and withdraw the remark completely.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, no one's talking down the economy. We're talking about what's real for the Bahamian people and what's real in the global economy and what many nations are facing.
Are you going to withdraw?
Madam Speaker,
No. No.
I said that Moody's is essentially saying, I didn't say that Moody's said.
You can even rephrase it. If you want to rephrase it, just rephrase it.
But Madam Speaker,
No, sir.
it can be interpreted based on what Moody said.
Yeah, so,
Right. It can be interpreted, Madam Speaker. My interpretation.
So you're saying
right? It can
that
be
is your
interpreted.
interpretation.
Right. Yes,
You're
Madam
putting on
Speaker.
record that
Okay.
that is
All right?
synonymous
It's saying
interpretation.
that they don't trust the government numbers.
Yes, the chair
Madam
recognizes
Speaker,
the honourable member
Madam
for
Speaker,
Exum and
you
Rankin
stand
Island.
Withdraw. Then he can restate. He can then restate, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable member, so are you saying that is your interpretation?
of course.
Okay, so let it reflect in the records that it's your
fine.
intent.
That's fine, Madam
That you
Speaker.
are interpreting.
Yes, what Moody
as
said.
to
Yes,
say.
yes.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. The government has projected very robust revenue. They've said, Madam Speaker, they will collect $1.4 billion. Madam Speaker, they've said that they will collect $1.4 billion in VAT, which represents $500 million with a B.
Members.
More than last year. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. They've said that they will collect $1.4 billion in VAT, which represents $500 million with a B, more than last year, without significant tax measures, Madam Speaker. At some point, it has to add up. Numbers are stubborn things, Madam Speaker. Moody's skepticism, I believe, runs parallel to additional daunting prospects on the horizon.
Yes, sir.
Right? Moody's skepticism runs parallel to additional daunting prospects on the horizon. You see the headlines, Madam Speaker, U.S. import demand is dropping off a cliff. Inbound container volumes to the U.S. are reverting to pre-pandemic levels. This is a troubling sign for domestic U.S. freight markets. Importers slowing down ordering because prices are too high, Madam Speaker. The volatility of the global economy continues to be a threat to the Bahamian economy. How are we preparing, Madam Speaker? Demand versus supply economics is now at the point where the prices are too high and demand is decreasing. It was for many months too much demand and not enough supply. Madam Speaker, New York Times article says, titled, Global Growth Will Be Choked Amid Inflation and War, World Bank says. For large and small nations around the globe, the prospect of averting a recession is fading. That grim prognosis came in a report Tuesday from the World Bank, which warned that the grinding war in Ukraine, supply chain chokeholds, COVID-related lockdowns in China, and dizzying rises in energy and food prices are exacting a growing toll on economies all along the income ladder. This suite of problems is hammering growth, David Malpass, the bank's president, said in a statement. For many countries, recessions will be hard to avoid. With these ominous clouds approaching, the Bahamian people want to know, has this budget shown the government's diligence in preparing us? And the government has taken the delight, Madam Speaker, in their euphoric announcement that revenue is up. But the truth is that the revenue that has gone up under their watch has done so on the backs of struggling Bahamians and the poor. To borrow a phrase from a leading accountant in this country, this cannot just be prosperity on paper. Madam Speaker, the government's fiscal strategy report was supposed to be a fiscal legal goalpost with fiscal targets and objectives. It was supposed to be a glimpse, a framework of what the Bahamian people should expect and could expect from this government in terms of fiscal philosophy in general, but this budget in particular. The government acknowledged out of their own mouths, Madam Speaker, this report as required under the Public Financial Management Act and the Fiscal Responsibility Act is important in the good administration of our country's finances. It was their first opportunity to forge together and solidify a fiscal foundation to show the Bahamian people that they understood the magnitude of the moment. However, Madam Speaker, they have failed the first opportunity to show the Bahamian people that they got it. The disparities between what they foreshadowed in their fiscal strategy report and what is in this budget is wide.
Yes.
This is just over a matter of weeks, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, the ink hadn't even dried yet on their fiscal strategy report. And just like that, the government broke their promise to the Bahamian people within weeks. In less than 9 months, the government has already reneged on their commitment to the Bahamian people by not adhering to their own fiscal strategy report. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. In these uncertain times where the Bahamian people were relying on the certainty of their words and their fiscal strategy report, they have let them down. In the Bahamian people's minds, they are wondering if they can trust this government with the Bahamian economy. Madam Speaker, they said that they were ready on day one, but fresh out the gate, Madam Speaker, from Jump Street, as one of my boys would say, they have switched it up. Madam Speaker, as was said, they said they would spend no more than $2.6 billion in this budget, and that the deficit would not exceed $415 million. And just weeks later, Madam Speaker, they have already said, no, never mind what we said. No wonder Moody's is skeptical, because even the government doesn't trust its own numbers. On the issue of the deficit, the government in its own fiscal strategy report heralded a deficit target of $415 million. Now in the budget, they say, no, Madam Speaker, no, forget what we say. Okay, how about $564 million? The Bahamian people finds it very interesting that the government has been giddy, Madam Speaker, in lauding the increase in revenue. They have said gleefully, the government making plenty money. But again, not only have they not been as enthusiastic in projecting a lower deficit target, they've announced an increase in the space of weeks. Madam Speaker, but the guesswork on the numbers don't stop there. It continues. Yeah. They promised the Bahamian people a fiscal deficit that'd be 3% of GDP. Now, in a abracadabra moment, it's now 4% of GDP. In the space of weeks, what was billed to the Bahamian people as a well-thought-out, focused fiscal strategy report by the government has picked up an additional increase of $148 million. Madam Speaker, in that short space between then and now, this represents a 36% increase over the original target. You told the Bahamian people one thing, and they are seeing something else. And this is just the beginning. You know, Madam Speaker, I had a cousin, we used to play hide and seek. And when we couldn't find each other, we used to say, I ye. Okay? Madam Speaker, the government has said that they've, in few short weeks, the government has said that they ye. They've given up. They have given up, Madam Speaker. They ye. That's what they've said. Madam Speaker, what the Bahamians thought would be, they've already said ye on what Bahamians thought would be well laid out plans. This retreat is early and this soon does not bring about economic confidence, and the Bahamian people are shaking their heads. Madam Speaker, they said that they would cut spending, and you heard echoes of the need for fiscal discipline in their announcement, because we all know the lack of fiscal discipline jeopardizes our creditworthiness, our borrowing capacity, and no doubt stifle our nation's ability to navigate the economy. The government's lack of focus on fiscal discipline will mean a heavier price for the Bahamian people down the road, and yet they have faltered on that promise that they would cut spending. Madam Speaker, in the last 8 months, on the bills owed and debt incurred, the government selectively and conveniently points at the former administration. But on the economic momentum, the economic bounce back, they conveniently say it's them. You can't have it both ways, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, once you strip away the rhetoric and the campaign smoke, there is no doubt that many of the fiscal milestones trumpeted by this administration have been a direct result of the economic and fiscal plan put in place by the F&M government. In October of 2021, Madam Speaker, just 1 month after the general election, the government announced that the country was $90 million ahead of revenue targets. In January, the government touted we are 160 million above forecast. It's not magic. It's the results of sound economic policies they inherited from the free national movement to the Bahamian people's benefit. Madam Speaker, they too have acknowledged this in their mid-year budget debate. The government said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, "Because we came into office in mid-September, much of the performance that we are reporting on relates to the activities of the previous administration." Let's say that again. Because we came into office in mid-September, much of the performance that we are reporting on relates to the activities of the previous administration. That said, though there has not been enough time for the full effect of some of our decisions, to work through the economy, there are enough positive indications for us to be cautiously optimistic. So, Madam Speaker, even with a global pandemic, this government is the beneficiary of a reignited economy and increased revenue. The catalyst for this was F&M policies. So, Madam Speaker, even on making fiscal space, even on making fiscal space and doing away with fiscal clutter and finding savings for the Bahamian people, the government was gung-ho on cutting recurrent expenditure to get rid of inefficiency and waste, and most recently promised $100 million in savings from state-owned enterprises. They promised. They gave their word. $100 million in savings from state-owned enterprises. Madam Speaker, not only have they thrown their hands up and waved the white flag, they've done a complete 180-degree turn on that promise of fiscal prudence. Madam Speaker, not only have they done that, they've actually increased the allocations to state-owned enterprises by $20 million. Madam Speaker, so much for cutting costs and finding savings for the Bahamian people. Speaking about increases, Madam Speaker, in these perilous economic times, the government increased its travel budget by 40%, $4 million. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker. As Bahamians deal with rising food costs and skyrocketing gas prices, the government added $4 million to its travel plans. Now, yesterday, let me be clear, and I might get chastised a little bit from my leader on this, but I know he ain't gonna mind if he's gonna give me some latitude. I only have one leader, the member from Marco City. Get it right. The conversation, Madam Speaker, please. Thank you very much. Right? Okay. I do believe I won't play politics. I won't play politics. West Grand Bahama and Bimini, right? The Prime Minister of our country, right, is the Prime Minister of our country. Right? So for me, I will never diminish the need for the Prime Minister of our country to represent us. I won't diminish that. The angle that I am coming from is with the challenges that Bahamians are dealing with, they're asking the question, why does it have to be increased? Our response to that, Madam Speaker, so $4 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our response to that is the most recent quote from a familiar source to the government. This person is very familiar to the government, everyone. Very familiar. And I'm going to tell you who it is, but this is what they said. It's a wrong decision at the wrong time when this country is facing a kind of financial gloom and crisis to be able to increase the budget by $4 million for travel. First of all, why is this necessary to increase your travel budget? They asked. How many times are you going to be traveling? And who's going to be traveling? And this $4 million, who is it allotted to? Who? The ministers or to the public service in general? It seems to be that this travel allowance is associated with the minister's travel. Madam Speaker, these were the quotes by someone very familiar to the present government, whom they trust and confide in. These were the words of the PLP in opposition that offered this advice. On this $4 million increase in travel, if they didn't want to listen to the Bahamian people advice, they should have at least listened to their own advice. Madam Speaker, my colleague from East Grand Bahama asked, couldn't this $4 million not been spent better at home. Madam Speaker, you know, the members are trying to laugh through this $4 million because they know that the Bahamian people have an issue with this, right? Okay? My colleague from East Grand Bahama asked, couldn't this $4 million not been spent better at home? The Bahamian people are asking, could it not have been applied in the Ministry of Education to help our students rebound from the historic interruption that the pandemic brought on? Couldn't it be used, Eggleston, in education? Couldn't it be used? That's okay. I just want to know if it could be used.
Members.
Couldn't $4 million. See, Madam Speaker, they're deflecting again. All right. Couldn't $4 million. Madam Speaker, please, Madam Speaker.
I'm a member. May I admonish you to please address the chair. When you start to send messages across the floor, they will respond. So address the chair.
Madam Speaker, couldn't $4 million be added to source the comprehensive project in the Ministry of Works to address the severe flooding around West Grand Bahama and Bimini? This is not like you. You usually don't shout over people. You're usually the consummate gentleman. This is not like you. This isn't you.
Honorable member.
But he's shouting over me. Yeah, but you're still shouting. Come on, man. $4 million be added to source the comprehensive projects in the Ministry of Work to address the severe flooding around the country. Couldn't the Ministry of National Security use an additional $4 million to help fight this out-of-control crime? For body armor for our police officers? For upgraded technology? How about additional funds for the Royal Bahamas? Madam Speaker. Please, Madam Speaker. How about additional funds for the Royal Bahamas Police Force Defendants Trust? Similarly, Madam Speaker, couldn't this $4 million help the Royal Bahamas Defense Force protect our territorial waters with equipment and maritime technology? Couldn't this $4 million be used to strengthen the forestry unit and help them fight the aggressive deforestation happening in our pine forests as we speak? In October last year, the government said boldly they will wage a war on poverty. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that war on poverty could use $4 million. Madam Speaker, speaking about the vulnerable in our society, couldn't the $4 million be placed in the Ministry of Social Services as the social assistance programs were decimated in this budget, with an unbelievable and unimaginable cut of $25 million, including $1 million from uniform assistance. They cut the social assistance program by $25 million, okay? Including $1 million from uniform assistance.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, the member for St. Barnabas is at it again. He's at it again, Madam Speaker, and I wish this is a point of order, misrepresentation. His information is absolutely wrong and was explained to you yesterday. The budget of 21-22 was $81 million. The amount spent last year was $60 million, $9 million of which went to assisting in the food program, the feeding program. The budget that we have now at $43 million is a budget that has taken on increases predicated upon what we did prior to the pandemic and Dorian. The budget is what we requested and what we got. Now, what you were doing here just now, you said we could use the $4 million. Everything you said, Mr. St. Barnabas, what you should have said, should we not have used the $4 million? Should we not have knew? I'm asking you a simple question. You said everything else. What about the $4 million to pay some of the contractors at beaches and parks? What about those, Madam Speaker?
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member.
$25 million. Including $1 million that your people benefited from too, Eggleston, from uniform assistance, Madam Speaker. Okay, dollars, including $1 million, including $1 million.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Okay.
There's a member on the floor.
Including $1 million, Madam Speaker, including $1 million from uniform assistance. $1 million from uniform assistance. Madam Speaker, can you imagine how many students, girls and boys, poor families that will suffer because uniforms will be taken away from them, Madam Speaker. During a time when families and their children need government.
Stop the clock, please. The chair recognizes the honourable member.
The member is misrepresenting the facts, as I explained yesterday. And if he would do some research work, as you should do before you speak in the place, the budget for uniforms is at $800,000. That is the budget doubled since the pandemic and Dorian. The budget last year, we spent $95,000 on uniforms. Prior to Dorian and the pandemic, it was $400,000. It is now $800,000. The budget was cut because those numbers were in place. Numbers were in place because of the furloughed and the terminated employees. And at the end of the day, but what you're not putting it into context. I'm helping you put it in context because you're seeking to mislead as you always do. The truth is, the reality about it all is, those are the facts.
Thank you, honourable member.
I would ask that the member withdraws that. He said that I always seek to mislead, misrepresent. I would ask that the member withdraws that. Madam Speaker. Come on now. You know better than that.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
One member on the floor.
Madam Speaker, I expect the member to be an honourable gentleman. And the member was told the facts. I expected the member to speak the facts. When the member does not speak the facts, then what he's doing, Madam Speaker, he's misrepresenting, and he's not being honourable. I expect the member to be honourable. It was explained yesterday. You should know the history. And the reality is, I told you the truth. Those are the facts. And I expect you not to be misrepresenting, not to speak to individuals, vulnerable individuals, and seek to mislead vulnerable individuals.
The member still has the floor.
So member, I will not say that you always mislead, but I can say, though, that you are, in fact, now misleading.
Thank you, honourable member, for that correction.
Thank you. That was very honourable of you. That's what I expect. Madam Speaker, so the member has acknowledged that there is a cut. Think about this, Madam Speaker. At a time when our people, especially the most vulnerable among us, need help to survive, not want help, the government takes away help from the people that need it most. Everybody says, Madam Speaker, that they are champions of the poor, but you've not put your money where your mouth is. The Free National Movement allocated $80 million in social assistance. They say, Madam Speaker, talk is cheap, but money buys land. Yes. Amen. Speaker, the government said last year, although hundreds have returned to work since the country began its phased reopening, many are still struggling to make ends meet and have been forced to rely on social agencies for help. News flash, Madam Speaker, many are still struggling to make ends meet and are still being forced to rely on social agencies for help. And what does the government do, Madam Speaker? Slash social assistance. Just saying, Madam Speaker, it is head scratching. Madam Speaker, why is it that the poor, the least, the lost, and the left behind always have to carry this unfair burden of having to sacrifice the most? Why? This is no different from the biggest injustice, in my view, about this budget. With the most vulnerable being left out in the cold, it's even more of a mystery why the government has kept their 100% food tax increase on bread basket items. I humbly submit, Madam Speaker, they have failed the poor and working class Bahamians when they put it on, and they are failing the poor and middle class now that they've left it on. Madam Speaker, consider this. The government put a 100% food tax on bread basket items during inflationary times when those items cost more, and a 100% medicine tax on prescription drugs in the midst of a pandemic where the health of many Bahamians is under siege and they battle with non-communicable diseases. I hear the macroeconomics, Madam Speaker, argument and all the insensitive talks that it's only 22 items. Well, if it's only 22 items, Madam Speaker, take VAT.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Engliston.
I think, Madam Speaker, the member is misrepresenting the increase, the tax. There was no 100% tax on anything. There was no 100%. And I just want to say, and I know time is limited, but what we are really interested in is what happened to the millions in Beaches and Parks Authority. That's what we'd like to know. Let us know the millions.
You don't mean to distract him, but it's time.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker. As I said, Madam Speaker, this government put a 100% food tax. There was no tax on bread basket items, Madam Speaker.
100%.
Okay. Madam Speaker,
Members.
I heard too.
Members.
Madam Speaker, I heard too, that it's not feasible, not easily adjusted. But not easily adjusted does not mean impossible.
Correct.
What's not easily adjusted is the life of many people in the Bahamas that are experiencing these difficult times. No one in government has explained to poor working class and middle class Bahamians why they have to endure this 100% food tax increase on these much needed items. It can be taken off. The Free National Movement took it off. This government just refuses to bring that specific relief to the people. One day, I guess, Madam Speaker, they will tell the people why. Speaking about the relief, Madam Speaker, Bahamians are asking the government about the VAT-free holidays and for hurricane preparedness and back to school, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do applaud the government for their support of Bishop Walter Hanchel and Bishop Lawrence Roll and Reverend C.B. Moss, these three great men, two in particular in the constituency of St. Barnabas. And we know, Madam Speaker, the work, the selfless work that they put into, all three of those men have been putting in to the poor over the many decades. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the significant role of small businesses and its impact on the Bahamian economy cannot be overstated.
It's a good man.
Big businesses were once small businesses one time ago. So the impact of small businesses is especially true in the economic tumultuous times we find ourselves in. Small and medium-sized businesses are the engine of the economy, and their role in reviving and strengthening our economy is mandatory if we are serious about long-term sustained prosperity for our people. Madam Speaker, the only thing more important than small and medium-sized businesses is new business, new entrepreneurial pursuits. So, Madam Speaker, Bahamians are bewildered and disappointed that though the government had pledged $250 million over 5 years, $50 million is visibly absent in this budget for that. Even more telling and evidence of this neglect is that the allocation in the budget for small businesses through the Small Business Development Center, the Development Bank, BAIC, and the Venture Capital Fund, it still does not add up to $50 million. This commitment pales in comparison to the $42 million the Free National Movement committed to small businesses. So again, no visible commitment, Madam Speaker. What is visible, though, Madam Speaker, is the government's massive cut under small business support from $25 million to $8 million. Madam Speaker, at a time when we should be throwing our full support behind small businesses, the government cuts funding by 68% to small businesses. Madam Speaker, small businesses are the lifeblood of any economy, and the Bahamian economy is no different. Not shoring up this sector of the economy shows that the government is not serious about small businesses and the sector. And if you are not serious about small Bahamian businesses, you are ultimately not serious about the Bahamian economy. It is even more astonishing, Madam Speaker, that this government made this decision to slash millions of dollars in direct funding for small business support. It is unthinkable, and this is a government that harps so much on diversification of our economy through investments in the blue, green, and orange economies, and has now made substantial cuts to funding for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Their public utterances and words of solidarity with small businesses are just that, Madam Speaker, only words. How are we to inspire and cultivate the entrepreneurial talent of our people without this sort of government intervention necessary to spur economic growth, increase profits, and lift real wages? In fact, Madam Speaker, direct support from the Ministry of Finance for small and medium-sized businesses is estimated, as I said, to fall again by 68%. Even beyond that, from an operational standpoint, this administration has cut funding to the SBDC for its operational expenditure by more than 55% for the upcoming fiscal year. Yet you try to convince the small business community and the public that this is a government who is serious about small business, but we see, Madam Speaker, that they are only paying lip service to small business and aspiring entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, this can be described now as a false solidarity with small business. Madam Speaker, the government's posture and policy position reflects that it is not fully committed to Bahamian businesses and are not serious about the Bahamian economy in real terms. Madam Speaker, in every generation, there are defining moments that challenge the human spirit, Madam Speaker, and revives our social conscience, renews our hope, and fortifies our resolve to persist, push through, and create the possibilities from what we can imagine. The perseverance and fortitude of the Bahamian people have been forged through crisis and the adversity of an historic global pandemic and the economic storms that continue to encamp us as a nation. We must continue to build the workforce of the future. We must increase the quality of life of our people so that its impact reaches into generations. For this is not a question of politics, but it's a question of national aspirations. It's a question of how we renew the promise of a greater Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I say to this Parliament, Bahamians everywhere, this is our moment than ever before. We are so busy, Madam Speaker, competing against each other, supporters and politicians alike, that we often miss the opportunity to force actionable progress on national priorities. There's a world out there where we must show up our global standing and occupy a significant piece of global influence to the benefit of our people. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the need for our participation in the global community, the long-term prosperity for the Bahamian people is directly linked how we shape our future, and not only for now, but more importantly for generations to come. As I said in the opening, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people are disappointed in this uninspiring and unimaginative budget. Madam Speaker, as I close, Madam Speaker, as I close, I would have talked about the need for the government, to take VAT off of bread basket items. And that's where I'll finish. The Bahamian people are still asking for that to happen. People are still hurting out there. And this government refuses to take that 100% tax food increase off of bread basket items. And no matter how they try to avoid it, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people are very much aware that they put it on and have refused to take it off. Madam Speaker, as I also would have said initially, the government has no more excuses. Okay? They have their personnel, and the reality of it is, in all likelihood, they will have their budget. The Bahamian people will not tolerate any excuses and expect them to fix it. They are now the government. Madam Speaker, as I have my last few minutes, I wish to address a few things in the constituency of St. Barnabas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just would like to remind my constituents that we still have the register for the Intro to Computers 101 at the community center, and they're still able to register. They're also able to register for the Junkanoo workshop, particularly as the minister would have said that the Junkanoo is back. And I do, as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, I do wish to give a shout out to my shack, the Hillside Shack, which is the greatest shack in the greatest Junkanoo group in the world, the world famous Valley Boys, right? World famous Valley Boys. And we look forward to being on Bay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also, I wish to share with the constituents that they can reach out to the office in Coconut Grove on Oxford Avenue relative to the bread basket item initiative that we have in St. Barnabas. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure for me to stand here today on behalf of the people of St. Barnabas and the Bahamian people I'm grateful for the opportunity to continue to serve my people in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I do hope, as all of us do, that we can get to a point where we are able to operate politics in a certain way in our country. I think that is something that's very important, right, Madam Speaker, right? Madam Speaker, it's amazing, Madam Speaker. I've been very sincere with that, Madam Speaker, because the reality of it is, Madam Speaker, I know you didn't agree necessarily with the things that I said, right? But the truth is, Madam Speaker, the truth is, some of us in here, many of us in here are connected directly and even indirectly, as they say, by maybe two persons of separation. The member for West Grand Bahama in Bimini worked with my father for 20-something years. That's right? 20-something years, right? The member for Garden Hills used to coach me one time ago and used to tell me I never saw a shot I didn't like. The member for Angliston is my family, and my paternal grandparents were connected to her father. There in Arnstown, and the list goes on. My point is, Madam Speaker, is while the jostling continues to happen in here, I am grateful, truly grateful, Madam Speaker, that I'm able to stand here as a citizen and a member of Parliament in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the greatest nation on earth. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Elizabeth. Sorry again, tongue tied.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I get into my presentation, I just wanted to raise how impressed I am that the members opposite actually have voices. I watched when I was in the Senate just a few months back, and things transpired with the past administration, and I didn't know this fire and these voices. I almost didn't know how they sounded. Because I don't need no example. I didn't know how you sounded for real. I'm quite impressed by you. I must say, I didn't realize you had a voice. I hear you, St. Barnabas, you keep crying about this VAT. But I recall some of the members who went against the last administration when there was an increase, right? I remember who stood up, and I remember who got fired, who got shut down, and who got kicked to the side. And ain't none of them, but St. Aunt, you wasn't here, right? But these three was all a part of the cheering and the banging on the table and the yes, sir. See, what hurts them the most is this is real governance here, right? We sit in a caucus and we work together and we speak as a team and we talk about points based on what our blueprint and what our budget says, right? But we don't have to walk on pins and needles and eggshells. You know, our mouth pinned down, right? All of a sudden, I hear the voices. Finally, strong. They can speak, PLP, they can speak. Oh, man. What a proud day. The shackles have been removed. The shackles, all of a sudden now, they have voices. You know? Very, very shocking. Very shocking. Y'all ain't fooling anyone. Famous people watched 9 months ago, just like they watching now. And they heard and they saw the interactions 9 months ago, and they see what's happening now. And they know real governance. So, great presentation and great try. But ain't nobody convinced by that. Nobody convinced by that. Nobody can. Time will tell. So get comfortable over there. We can keep seeing eye to eye like this. Time time will surely tell. Madam Speaker, it is a privilege
Honorable members,
and an honor to stand before this honorable House to report on the performance of and share upcoming plans from the agencies in the Ministry of Transport and Housing, and to also provide an update on the progress of our work in the Elizabeth constituency and share plans on the way forward for the people that have sent me to this honorable House. The Honorable Prime Minister and Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador presented the 2022-2023 national budget under the theme, The Way Forward. While this national budget recognizes that the Bahamas has gone through a few challenging years coping with the COVID-19 pandemic and that the country is now on a path to recovery, the 2022-2023 budget also underscores the need to address emerging concerns such as global inflation due to the rise in price of goods and services as a result of bottlenecks in the global supply chain and Russia's military invasion of Ukraine, and to the need of our people to continue to mitigate the present challenges in novel and creative ways. Madam Speaker, a national budget is reflective of a government's plans and commitments. This national budget is no different. The Bahamian people expects this government, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, to demonstrate focused leadership that not only provides a comprehensive nationalistic vision, but also provides solutions that will continue to build on the path to recovery. The Bahamian people are looking for national leadership that will execute its agenda in a transformative and meaningful way to inspire and unite our country. Madam Speaker, I am giving my pledge to work towards making this recovery a successful one that will leave every Bahamian better off and our country, the Bahamas, the land we all love, in a stronger position. As I address this honorable House, I wish to publicly place on record my immersed gratitude to God for continuing to guide my steps. I want to pay special homage to my husband, my best friend, my peace of mind, the one who makes the burden a little lighter, and who kisses me on my forehead every morning before I leave, and wake up every evening to ask me how my day was, just to make sure I'm okay. Donovan Antoine Davis Jr., as we will celebrate our 6th wedding anniversary on Saturday. I want to say thank you and I love you. The anniversary coming up.
congratulations, Honorable Member.
Thank you. To my 3-year-old daughter, Bethany, who showers me with the most innocent form of affection that warms my heart. To my family for their love, support, and understanding. To my cabinet and parliamentary colleagues for their advice and guidance. And to my stellar administrative team at the Ministry of Transport and Housing, led by Permanent Secretary Antoinette Thompson, who sits in the gallery, for their professionalism and stewardship of this ministry's mandate. Madam Speaker, from St. Andrews Beach to Elizabeth Estate, from Yamacraw Beach to Hannah Road, from Lumumba Lane to Pine Barn Road, the people of Elizabeth have elected Jo Beth Colby Davis to be their voice. And I do not take this task lightly. And as I stated during the official opening of my constituency headquarters on April 5th, 2021, I intend to make a notable difference in Elizabeth and the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, national budgets outline a government spending priority, identify the sources of revenue it will use to pay for those priorities. This budget under the theme, The Way Forward, is a key tool for the Davis-led administration in executing our vision and implementing solutions for the next 12 months. Our vision in its simplest form is to move our nation forward and to leave our people better off. We understand that national transformation does not happen by accident, nor is it an oversight. However, we know that deliberate, targeted solutions supported by a detailed, holistic vision will yield positive results. Madam Speaker, you will note that our plans for this fiscal year will revitalize the economy, mitigate the impact of inflation, bring much needed relief to those who need it most, and create widespread opportunities at every level of our society. Let us be very clear, Madam Speaker. This is the people's budget, and every initiative, every intervention, and every policy solution is geared towards positively impacting the lives of Bahamians, the people we serve. Madam Speaker, the foundation of this budget are rooted in our blueprint for change. In that document, you will find our commitment to rescue the economy, bring relief to the Bahamian people, and rebuild for resiliency, especially in our northern islands, and empower Bahamians, among other promises. The blueprint for change wasn't simply a book of election day promises. The blueprint represents the collective vision to transform this nation at every level. In those pages, you will find short, medium, and long-term solutions for nation building. That is why, from day one, the Davis administration was able to hit the ground sprinting, not running, sprinting. We got to work for the Bahamian people immediately. No training wheels or baby steps necessary. In the blueprint for change, we have our playbook for driving the changes we promised, changes which I wish to assure the Bahamian people that they can believe in. Madam Speaker, after 4 years of lackluster governance, cynicism was at an all-time high. In short, we inherited a country in crisis, historic levels of unemployment, a struggling economy, debt, and record high budgetary deficits. We had our northern, okay, we had our northern, okay, let me slow down here. We had our northern islands unable to properly recover due to an insufficient and incompetent response. And of course, we had an inflexible, out of touch, economy-killing regime of lockdowns and curfews that did not adequately adapt to changing circumstances on the ground. It was not an easy situation to step into governance. Many people doubted that any government would be able to turn around what happened to be a hopeless situation. But on September 16th, Madam Speaker, a government with real plans for change came in. You know, Madam Speaker, the good book says, without vision, the people perish. It was a fortunate day when the Bahamian people said, so long, bye-bye, to the former administration and welcomed in a new day government with a vision for a more abundant life. And I am so proud of our accomplishments during the past 8 months. As soon as we took office and had our first cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister made it clear that it was time to get to work on the agenda. And that's what we did. No vacations. Each one of my cabinet colleagues and parliamentary colleagues on the government side are hard at work delivering each day for the Bahamian people. A lot of people are saying they have never seen a government come in and do so much in so short a time. What people were expecting was the typical narrative. A new government comes in and says, we can't do what we want to do because things were worse than we realized. Madam Speaker, I heard the member for St. Barnabas talk just before me. And he kept using this particular word. We don't want no excuses. No. Well, let me tell you something. One thing you won't hear from this administration is excuses. Accountability. Accountability is a core value of this administration. And that accountability begins with holding ourselves accountable to deliver as promised. I believe we have successfully taken the first steps. Madam Speaker, even before the passage of our first budget, we have brought about great changes in this country. Within our first few months, the Bahamian people felt the shackles of the competent authority fall away as we got rid of nonsensical curfews and business closures and replaced them with common sense and data-driven public health policies that allowed money to begin circulating through our economy again and got thousands of Bahamians, not hundreds, thousands of Bahamians back to work. We became the first country in the world to be eligible for blue carbon credits, introducing a new source of revenue that will aid us in our goals of increasing government revenue during the next 5 years. Madam Speaker, this administration made the decision to reduce customs duties on several items to help Bahamians cope with the rising price of goods because of global inflation. And what I love about our approach is that we lower duty rates on things that we want people to eat, like vegetables, meats, eggs, chicken. These things are now completely duty-free. And Bahamians will feel the difference at the checkout line. Multiple food stores have already released statements stating that the savings will be passed on to consumers. The people have been crying for the government to do something significant when it comes to prices. While we may not be able to stop global inflation, I am confident that we have taken the right steps to provide some relief to our people. Madam Speaker, I could stand here for the full 2 hours talking about what we have done and are about to do, but instead I will simply highlight for those I consider most meaningful, such as free catastrophic health care, raising the exemption of real property tax from $250,000 to $300,000. A lot of homeowners will feel the benefit of that. Their property tax bill, for most of them, just fell to zero. We are adding $50 million to the Small Business Development Center budget. We are building a new prison. This is a big one, Madam Speaker, not just when it comes to addressing the overcrowding, but also when it comes to improved outcomes, implementing new policies for rehabilitation in an inadequate setting was counterproductive. We were fighting an uphill battle. Even the most well-intended interventions would likely struggle to succeed in that environment. Madam Speaker, we were essentially pouring new wine into old skins, but that will now end under the Davis administration. And I am positive that this investment will spark improved outcomes when it comes to the recidivism rate and the rehabilitation efforts. An initiative that is near and dear to me is the construction of the new women's shelter. We are giving victims of abuse and assault an opportunity for safety and refuge. This is another big deal. Madam Speaker, another initiative that makes me proud to be a part of this administration. Madam Speaker, this is not exhaustive since there are so many things that we will accomplish with this first budget. We have set the standard high throughout the course of our first year, and we intend to keep it high. When we look at what we are able to deliver in such a short amount of time, I am confident that our government will have the greatest impact on the greatest amount of people. Madam Speaker, homeowners and homeowners-to-be will receive a boost through the customs duty reductions that will be in place for building and electrical supplies. Many building supplies have been zero rated or significantly reduced. Once again, it's all about expanding access for the greatest amount of people possible. Bahamians at every level of our society will reap the benefits of this reduction. You will note the common theme in our policy approach, Madam Speaker. It's all about the greater good. Social and economic equity are among our core values. We have a lot of work to do to get the Bahamas to the place where it needs to be in terms of equal access and widespread opportunity and empowerment. But this administration is taking those first brave steps towards it. This budget is just the first. By the time we have completed this term, we will make significant progress towards balanced and shared economic growth. The way forward is together, Madam Speaker. That is our vision. Madam Speaker, in keeping with the budget theme, The Way Forward, my presentation is titled Moving Transport and Housing Forward Through Vision, Solutions, and Execution. The theme is not just a slogan for my budget presentation. Madam Speaker, is indicative of the core objectives of our work at the Ministry of Transport and Housing. More importantly, it speaks to the need to provide visionary leadership that not only motivates, inspires, and galvanizes the people, but leadership that invariably is solutions-based and results-driven. Madam Speaker, my ministry is comprised of the following agencies: the Air Accident Investigation Authority, the Bahamas Meteorological Department, the Road Traffic Department, the Bahamas Postal Service, the Port Department, and the Department of Housing. Relations with the Bahamas Mortgage Corp, and I want to also recognize the chairman of the Bahamas Mortgage Corp, who is here in the gallery. The Bahamas Maritime Authority and Mailboat Service Operators. Oh, the chairman, Ms. Barbara Cartwright. And I also see the chair of Road Traffic Department, Gabrielle McKenzie. Mailboat service operators to fall under my ministry. Madam Speaker, we at the Ministry of Transport and Housing have made significant progress in rolling out our agenda, and we are pressing on progressively. To be clear, Madam Speaker, we at the Ministry of Transport and Housing have been working diligently to deliver for the Bahamian people, and they say, Madam Speaker, the proof is in the pudding. Permit me to share with you, Madam Speaker, some of our accomplishments. During the period December 6th through 10th, 2021, the Bahamas Aircraft Accident Investigation Authority was the focus of an audit by the International Civil Aviation Organization. And I am pleased to share with this Honorable House that compliance scores increased from 13.59% in 2017 to 90.29% in 2021. I want to congratulate the team at AIA for doing an excellent job. It is also important, Madam Speaker, to note that the member for Angliston was instrumental in establishing the authority in 2016, and I want to recognize and thank her for her work. The Department of Meteorology has recently developed a storm surge model atlas and digital platform for the islands of Grand Bahama and Eleuthera. This storm surge atlas gives meteorologists and the Department of Meteorology the ability to predict the extent and depth of flooding from storm surges for a set of individual hurricanes characterized by their intensity and heading. The development of this atlas would assist in allowing the department to better provide information to the Bahamian people. At the Road Traffic Department, we've opened an office on the island of Bimini. We've introduced an appointment system at the Carmichael office and increased resources at the department to improve the delivery of services. We've also established 2 units with the department, the Process Improvement and Quality Assurance Unit and the Investigation Unit. We've also reintroduced the Enforcement Unit. Additionally, I am pleased to advise this Honorable House that over 280 Bahamians were granted taxi and livery plates. While we were careful not to saturate the industry, the granting of these new plates is a means of boosting entrepreneurship and expanding economic access for Bahamians. With respect to the Postal Service, upgrades and refurbishments to the post office throughout the country have been completed or are underway. We heard the concerns of many Bahamians regarding the timely delivery of mail and have begun the process of addressing manpower shortages and technology weaknesses to provide a better quality of service for the Bahamian people. With respect to the Port Department, we reopened the water sports industry on November 15, 2021, after a lengthy hiatus. The public would recall that the industry was closed from March 2020.
Making so much money.
Additionally, in Abaco, following a 2+ year closure, we've secured an office space for the Marsh Harbor Port Department, which is now open for business. And I want to say, when I took my first trip to Abaco to visit my various departments, I had to stand on the port in the hot sun to meet with my staff. After 2 years of their building being destroyed from Dorian, that's where I met with my staff. With the Minister for Public Service, Honorable Pia Gloverol, we had a meeting in the yard in the sun. But now we have an office with air conditioning. And my staff has a little bit more dignity. Through the Department of Housing, let me first state that in the past 8 months, we have built infinitely more homes than the previous administration have built in their entire 4.5 years. In 8 months. We've opened Pinecrest and have started work on the Central Pines housing project in Abaco. We've also signed off on the Renaissance at Carmichael housing project. Keys! Let me also note, Madam Speaker, that the Department of Housing, in partnership with the Bahamas Mortgage Corp, have held housing fairs on New Providence, Abaco, and Grand Bahama, receiving over 2,000 applications. So that should tell you the demand is great. Further, the Department of Housing organizational structure was refreshed to include a dedicated and committed customer service and application team to improve the experience of applicants seeking homes. A new website has been created, mothbahamas.com, to provide a better interface and exchange of information. The website features a live chat platform that has so far been used by over 300 persons. Additionally, we have revamped the entire application process to allow for an efficient review of processing applicants. The Department of Housing has also partnered with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas in developing a television advertisement series to provide Bahamians with information on affordable housing solutions in progress, share information on the mortgage application process, and share tips on how to qualify for a mortgage. The series aired during national newscasts in the month of May. And our vision is to provide widespread affordable housing to Bahamians across the archipelago. And we are now executing the plan that will take us there. This is not just a promise, Madam Speaker. This is a commitment. People already have keys in their hands. And I do not say this to brag, but to express my pride. No. I mean, you will probably take it as bragging because you ain't built no houses. So take it whatever you want, take it. But my pride in being a part of an administration that understands helping Bahamians to achieve their dream of home ownership. That's my pride. Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, our mission is to move transport and housing forward for Bahamians. Our accomplishments clearly indicate that we are working to make a difference. We are a functioning team, Madam Speaker, a functioning team. And I sincerely acknowledge the hard work of my leadership team in the ministry, my permanent secretary, Antoinette Thompson, my undersecretary, Gaynell Roll, my first assistant, Betty Kerr, Captain Delvin Major of AAIA, Acting Director Jeffrey Simmons of the Meteorology Department, Acting Controller Bertram Boleg of the Road Traffic Department, Controller Mark Ingram of the Ministry, Postmaster Jennifer Johnson of the Postal Service, Acting Controller Byrne Wright of the Port Department, Acting Chief Housing Officer Aura LaFleur, and Acting Director Thomas Ferguson of the Department of Housing. Thank you to every staff member at the Ministry of Transport and Housing and the various agencies that fall under the remit of my ministry. Madam Speaker, we are merely at the beginning of our journey, and these first steps have set the tone for high productivity and a result-driven culture throughout the rest of this 5-year term and beyond. We have realistic plans to move transport and housing forward. This budget is critical to achieving our objectives, and we intend to be strategic to execute our solutions as quickly as possible for the Bahamian people. While there have been some critical voices referencing the allocation of travel expenses in the national budget, let me quickly note that an allocation represents a tentative estimation, not a definite expense. Additionally, let me note that government travel at my ministry is limited to a small delegation with key focus on bringing tangible results for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, as a minister, I'm cognizant to avoid the wasteful spending of the public fund. Government does not have an ATM card with an endless supply of cash. Therefore, at my ministry, we are being accountable and purposeful with our handling of government funds. By way of an update, Madam Speaker, my ministry completed a fact-finding mission to New York and Atlanta with a view to improving services at the Road Traffic Department and the Port Department. With respect to the Road Traffic Department, the focus of the trip was to gain insight and best practices from the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, MATA, a multi-modal transit company in Atlanta, and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York, MTA. As it relates to the Port Department, Madam Speaker, an important purpose of the trip was to visit the Port of New York and New Jersey, the third largest port in the U.S. and the largest port on the East Coast. The fact-finding mission, Madam Speaker, was a huge success. In the coming months, members of the public will see and feel the tangible results of the fact-finding mission, with many changes to our public bus transportation sector being rolled out. Additionally, Madam Speaker, my ministry, in conjunction with the Bahamas Maritime Authority, recently concluded a trip to Greece, where the Bahamas participated in the 2022 Posidonia Shipping Conference and Exhibition. Greece, Madam Speaker, is one of the largest ship-owning countries in the world, and at 20%, Greek ship owners account for the greatest nationality interest on the Bahamian ship registry. The purpose, Madam Speaker, behind our attendance at the conference and exhibition is to ensure that our nation remains on the cutting edge and up to date on international trends in the shipping sector. Additionally, our attendance at the conference and exhibition afforded our nation the opportunity to promote our ship registry. Specifically, a key purpose of the trip is to expand the number of ships under the Bahamas flag and to expand education and training opportunities for Bahamians. Let us make no mistake about it, Madam Speaker. Forming meaningful global partnership is critical to driving reform and transformation of public agencies. Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, we are moving forward in the Ministry of Transport and Housing, and I will now share our upcoming plans for the fiscal year. In this budget cycle, we will see housing activity on the islands of New Providence, Abaco, Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Andros, Bimini, and Exuma. We have made intentional efforts to move away from Nassau-centric plans to incorporate housing developments across the entire archipelago. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we have allocated $1.5 million to the Department of Housing to assist with the development of infrastructure for our subdivisions. Beginning with New Providence, on Carmichael, we have the Renaissance, which will consist of 365 residential and commercial lots. Of the 4 phases for infrastructure, phase 1 has already been completed. We are currently commencing the completion of phase 2 of the infrastructural work. The homes will be built in 2 phases. The first phase will consist of 200 affordable homes, which will include single-family homes, condo styles, and multi-family homes. There will also be a number of commercial lots. The second phase of road works, water and sewer works, electrical works, and surveying works will be commenced this week. This subdivision is aptly named Renaissance because it represents a revival of the affordable housing market with high quality homes that represents a new level in affordable housing in New Providence. Also in New Providence, we have the Dignity Garden subdivision. There were 2 multifamily lots in this subdivision with all infrastructure in place. Those lots have now been cut into 4 single-family lots for construction of affordable homes. Site plans and house plans are completed and have been submitted to the Ministry of Works for approval. These homes will be built by our small contractors, and when completed, we will use them as the pilot for our rent-to-own program. With regards to our rent-to-own program, I am pleased to advise this Honorable House that the Department of Housing will be assisted by an advisory council comprised of distinguished individuals from both the private and public sectors. This advisory council will assist with the drafting of policy for the rent-to-own. Some suggested ways to manage this program is to require a down payment in a smallest amount to facilitate the move-in, and then monthly payments for a period of 18 months or 3 years to build up equity and then transition to a full mortgage. We have some fine-tuning with this proposed structure, and I am certain the advisory council will get us to a more confirmed position. I want to take a moment to appreciate, Madam Speaker, Dignity Gardens would allow local families to live in high-quality, affordable housing with dignity. These homes will be built by small contractors, ensuring that smaller firms benefit from our construction works. Yes. Most importantly, through these homes, we are launching the government's unprecedented rent-to-own initiative, expanding access to home ownership in a real way for people whose income may be suitable, but for one reason or another may not qualify for a traditional mortgage. Social equity, Madam Speaker, that is the Davis administration's vision.
Speak, ma'am.
We developed this rent-to-own initiative as a solution to the inequities in home ownership, and now we are executing on that vision with plans for this initial pilot program. Eventually, this will be used as a national model for rent-to-own affordable housing. This change we can believe in, Madam Speaker, and this new uplifting program, this dream facilitating initiative is solely a product of the Davis administration's people-centered policies. In Fire Trail Gardens, there were 2 reserved parcels of land that were cut into 6 single-family lots for construction of affordable homes. All utility works, including water, sewer, electricity, survey markers, and the survey plan are all in place. Site plans and house plans are completed, and these homes will also be a part of the rent-to-own program. Madam Speaker, the Leonard Sugarman subdivision is a special case. This Fox Hill-based subdivision, This Fox Hill-based subdivision is one where the occupants have possessed the land and built their homes but were never regularized over 20 years ago. As a result, some of the homeowners never had utilities connected to their homes. The Davis administration could not let this egregious act continue under our watch. The Ministry of Transport and Housing is in the process of completing the infrastructural work that will finally allow residents in the subdivision to be connected to the utilities and live more comfortably. Madam Speaker, on May 27, we handed keys to 3 homeowners at the Pinecrest opening ceremony. Additional homes are under construction, and several more will be completed over the next few weeks, not months, the next few weeks. So like my good colleague from Angleston says, keys, keys, keys. More keys to be handed over very soon. We began construction in January of this year, and in just 6 months, these homes were ready for occupation. We know there are concerns about the subdivision location, the southern part of the island sometimes prone to flooding, and we recognize that. Pinecrest, well, everywhere is correct. Pinecrest will be the first subdivision by the Department of Housing to adopt a comprehensive measure to mitigate damage from both hurricanes and flooding. But nobody must take my word for it. The ministry and this administration are here to deliver results. The proof will be in the outcome. Not only can any independent observer inspect these measures with their own eyes, but we will see the mitigation measures at work as heavy rains fall. Madam Speaker, I now turn to our Family Island housing initiatives. The development in Central Pines, Abaco will feature 30 homes, beginning with 30 homes that will be built through a public-private partnership. The lots are currently in various stages of completion. 10 lots are now up to blocks, and the remainder lots are being leveled and prepared for construction. The cost of these homes will range between $130,000 to $180,000. 18 additional lots are being developed in Central Pines and are being made ready for infrastructural development. As many Bahamian companies are offering to participate in public-private partnership programs in Abaco, the Department of Housing technical teams are presently looking at land in our inventory that could be potentially developed to further meet the need of the community and our private partners. We do have land in Central Pines, but the big question is how much work will it take to get the land ready for construction and how much will it cost? Cost will be a deciding factor, as the intent is for these homes to be as affordable as possible. In Spring City, road works, water works, electrical works, and surveying works are presently underway for 21 lots that will serve as another site for affordable homes to be constructed. The Sands Cove subdivision has all infrastructure in place and was originally developed to be sold as lots. However, today we have some 30 plus lots available that have not been sold and are looking to build on the lots through our PPP program. The lots are ready for construction and an RFP document for surveying is completed and ready to go. Once approval is granted for a PPP partner and other funding sources, construction of the affordable homes will commence. In the meantime, lots will continue to be offered for sale in some areas as a hybrid model. Madam Speaker, we have assessed the Spring City Dome site, and it was determined that many of the people occupying the domes could be moved because their placement there was not hurricane related. I'm advised that shortly we will be given notice of a deadline for all persons there to vacate. The domes were intended as a temporary housing solution, and their suitability and utility has long passed. We have looked at the conditions that many of these persons are living in, Madam Speaker, and it is deplorable. All of the domes only have one small, tiny window. Many of the occupants have now used those windows for air conditioning to help to cool the area, which means that there's no proper ventilation at the dome sites. And so it's caused for some of the domes to now accumulate a lot of mold. And so it's unfortunate, but the housing solution is being addressed. And so we'd be able to accommodate moving these persons in a better suitable location. And so I want to be clear that this Davis administration will not put people out heartlessly. We are partnering now with the Ministry of Social Service and Urban Development, and we're also partnering with the Disaster Reconstruction Authority, and the three of us have been working tirelessly together to provide solutions so that we can assist in relocating those persons who are presently staying in the domes. And I think we are almost well on our way to providing them the necessary support and relief so that we can relocate them. And after having done such, we will be looking at that site. We have a plan that's already been created to provide 11 lots on that property where the domes are. And our plan for those 11 lots is to build homes and also enter those homes into our government rent-to-own program in Abaco to ensure that those who cannot qualify for a traditional mortgage can have access to a viable housing solution. Madam Speaker, altogether, we are looking at right now well over 100 plus affordable homes in the Abacos. The plans are in place and we are now executing at record speed. Madam Speaker, the island of Abaco was decimated by Hurricane Dorian. While tremendous progress has been made in rebuilding the island, there's more work to be done. Abaco is important to the economic growth and the well-being of our nation. And I am therefore pleased to share with this honorable House that my ministry has been gifted with project plans for a new town center at Marsh Harbor. Let me hold two of those up. This one here. No. And I want to make it clear, right, that this town center was gifted by the former Prime Minister and former Member of Parliament for North Abaco, the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram. And his book is on sale right now. I said what I said. Major elements of the town center will include a government complex, police and fire stations, a library, courts, mini hospital, amphitheater, central park, and a gymnasium. And we also have more lots coming on stream, also gifted by the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram. A design that he has as his vision in his heart. In the coming months, show the gallery, sorry. Show the gallery. We show, hey, why they beating their gums? Ingram gifting us, because he know a new day government can get it done. In the coming months, my ministry will begin efforts to make the town center a reality, turning the dream of a former Prime Minister, Ingram, into reality for the benefit of the Haymans and the people of Abaco whom he loved, and we love also. That's a statesman. Madam Speaker, you sure? What he vote? What he vote? He might have given that to the New Day. New Day, we got it. I want the people of Grand Bahama. I'm moving on to Grand Bahama now. Settle yourself. I want the people of Grand Bahama to know that they have not been forgotten. Yes. The Davis administration is hard at work to ensure the people of Grand Bahama take part in this housing boom. I'm pleased to advise its Honorable House that the Pine Forest subdivision's infrastructure has been completed. And one of the issues we encountered was that the demand for the home is high in the area, while individuals qualifying the mortgage is a little bit understream. So our vision is to use the lots that we have, and I think there's about 8 of them, to enter them into our rent-to-own program and initiative. So those homes will be built by our small contractors who's in Grand Bahama, and they will be a part of our rent-to-own initiative. In the West Heights subdivision, infrastructure is in place for 36 lots. Once again, we are conscious of the financial conditions, and so we are also planning to do a hybrid model with those lots after consultation with the Member of Parliament for that area to determine what would be the best solution for the constituents there. 118 lots, Pine Ridge, are slated for heritage subdivision. Approval to acquire that land has been granted, and we will be moving similarly as with our housing project, starting with construction on the 18 lots, which already has infrastructure, as we design and commence infrastructural work on the remaining 100 lots. Madam Speaker, the people of Eleuthera will be happy to know that they are also included in these plans. At Allenstown subdivision, all infrastructure is in place. Once approval is granted for a PPP partner and other funding source, the construction of affordable houses will commence. And consideration is also going to be given for a portion of those homes to be used in a rent-to-own initiative. The Ocean Hole site in Rock Sound has been assessed for affordable housing development. And we are making plans now to begin the work, moving towards building affordable homes in Eleuthera, a first ever. And this is such a warm and exciting feeling for me as I served in the Senate with the member for Central and South Eleuthera. And we would sit next to each other and talk about how we would make a difference and show that young people are capable to lead if we got the opportunity to serve. And today we are standing in this honorable house, and I think many would agree that we are doing a great job. He is making agriculture sexy, and I am popping homes out of the ground. Madam Speaker, 79 lots were surveyed many years ago in Breezy Hill, North Andros. But they were never developed. So the technical team at the Department of Housing is looking at the site to determine the possibility of cost of developing the site for a hybrid model, where we construct some homes and offer the other lots to be sold as possible sites for those Androsians who may wish to return home, or any Bahamian who wish to build a retirement, vacation, or other home on the island. We are also looking at Money Rock subdivision in South Andros for future development, as well as the Love Hill subdivision in Central Andros. Other areas will be explored over the course of the year. On the island of Exuma, 2 sites are being targeted in Bahama Sound and at the Old Navy base site. They do not currently have all the infrastructure in place, but they are ideal for housing development. And so we will be having further discussions with the Member of Parliament for Exuma. We have made a lot of progress on the islands of New Providence, Abaco, and Grand Bahama, while on other islands we are doing preliminary work. Within this budget cycle, we expect to continue to make progress on the family islands to ensure that we are meeting the housing needs of all of our people. Madam Speaker, the Post Office Department continues its efforts to address the dire need for upgrades and the overall transformation of its operations. While focus over the past months has been on formulating and applying new innovative technologies geared towards improving and expanding the postal product and generating new revenue stream, it is important that the approach is a holistic one. This includes the building of a permanent home for the post office, upgrade and refurbishment of post office substations, assessment and acquisition of additional human resources, expansion of parcel post service office, and the automation, upgrade, and expansion of the post office bank and counter service offices. The new postal product will require additional manpower for the timely delivery of expanded services at the highest standards. We remain optimistic about the profitable advantages that the post office will achieve by improving its service product. The parcel post operations is the new direction of the post office around the globe. This will be our primary focus during the first phase of the service expansion exercise. The post office is currently engaged in setting up the critical needed infrastructural IT features necessary to upgrade its parcel and small packet express mail services, EMS delivery systems. Consequently, the department has engaged expert IT professionals to develop software compatible with the Universal Postal Network System and to assist the migration of the postal with the required local customs clearance network, Click to Clear. This new improved product will generate significant revenue intake and is expected to be introduced to the public within the next 3 months. The end product will be a reliable and official parcel delivery system through which post office customers can ship packages internationally. While this capability exists already, we are modernizing this approach so that it can be consistent in quality with other similar operations operating locally and internationally. Madam Speaker, many in New Providence may not be aware of this fact, but the post office bank service is an essential service almost to all of our Family Island locations. While the departure of the commercial banks from several Family Islands for many Bahamians, the post office bank is essential to them. Considering the continued need for this service, it is critical that the post office is modernized to meet the demands of the 21st century. To this end, an enhanced and intentional effort is underway to ensure that all Family Islands have access to some form of secure financial service in the form of a fully automated money transfer system that will be user-friendly to accommodate both the young and not so young customer. The automated infrastructural upgrade to the post office bank will seek to eliminate the bulk of the over-the-counter cash transactions and strengthen accounting controls in New Providence and remote Family Island locations. The new system of operations will improve the overall efficiency of the bank at all post office locations. Madam Speaker, we're excited about the forthcoming new feature to the Post Office Savings Bank. And as additional service offerings emerge, post office customers can benefit from improved services. If you are a Family Islander who currently uses the Post Office Bank, you would be pleased to know that we are dedicating the necessary resources to make this service faster, more secure, and more convenient so that you have a reliable system in place to meet your banking needs. The Davis administration is focused on countrywide national development. Family Island specific initiatives like Post Office Bank often slip through the cracks as Nassau-centric issues get all the attention. But those days are over. Family Islanders, we are listening. We are tuned into you, and we will deliver for you. The Post Office Bank is just the start. Madam Speaker, the department indicated early in the current fiscal period plans to address the repairs and upgrades to our substations that have fallen into disrepair and have been in these conditions for years. Repairs have proven to be more extensive than projected, and limited resources allocated were soon depleted. Currently, the repairs at the Fox Hill, Grantstown, and South Beach post offices are completed. The Cable Beach and Shirley Street offices are about 90% completed. The Carmichael Road post office is expected to have cosmetic finishes completed over the next 4 years. Family Island offices were Family Island offices were not left out. We intend to expand the designs for the post office in Grand Bahama and will be working closely with the technical team of the Ministry of Works, as it is our intent to restructure the use of that building and allocate office space for relocation of the Ministry of Works and the Port Department. Efforts are ongoing to replace destroyed offices in Abaco, namely the Hopetown and Treasure Key offices. Construction of the Rumkey post office is completed and awaiting furnishing. The Post Office Department's internal audit and building assessment teams are currently touring Family Island districts to address outstanding environmental, IT, and infrastructural upgrades so that we can maintain the same standard in all post offices across the archipelago. There should be no perceivable differences in the conditions of post offices on the Family Island compared to the Nassau counterparts. Madam Speaker, I now pivot to the operations of the Port Department. which is charged with the responsibility of regulating all private and commercial activities within the local maritime industry of the Bahamas. The safety functions of the Port Department assigned by way of the Port Authorities Act, the Boat Registration Act, the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, and the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act. Among a myriad of other things, the Port Authority Act makes provision for the upkeep, maintenance, and regulation of all lighthouses throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. In keeping with this objective, on February 18, 2022, the Port Department signed a memorandum of understanding with the Elbow Reef Lighthouse Society, with the understanding that both parties would work together to ensure effective oversight of the historical Elbow Reef Lighthouse located in Elbow Key on the island of Abaco. Recognizing
Cleaning you up, John. We're cleaning you up.
Recognizing Elbow Reef Lighthouse Society's 30-plus years of direct involvement in the restoration and the upkeep of the last manned lighthouse in the world. I wish to thank the Society for their tremendous contribution and the lighthouse keepers of the Port Department for their continuous work to preserve this national treasure. In the same vein, I wish to add that the Port Department is also reviewing contracts to repair, replace, and/or maintain all aids to navigation in the Bahamas. Continuing with port developments in Abaco, I am pleased to announce to this House that to the public that we have secured an office space in the Marsh Harbor Port Department, which is now open for business, located on Queen Elizabeth Drive, Marsh Harbor. This office allows customers on the main line of Abaco and surrounding keys to access our staff with ease to conduct port business and for staff members to work under the same roof to accomplish their shared goals. Restoring critical infrastructure and services is essential to the regaining some semblance of normalcy in our hard-hit islands. The truth is that we wish it could have happened even sooner, but we are pleased to bring port services back to the people of Abaco. And we will continue to prioritize the rebuilding of our hurricane-hit islands until they are even better than before. That's right. To meet international ship and port facility security code standards, an expression of interest was shared with the public to attract bids for the redevelopment of the Cooperstown Port and the Marsh Harbor International Facility. This redevelopment would create a public-private partnership between the government of the Bahamas and the contracting party. It is anticipated that all concerns related to the security of the named ports will be addressed in this partnership, as well as the creation of a port that is up to par with international ports around the world. On another note, the public may recall the relocation of the Port Department's head office in Nassau to the East Bay Shopping Plaza to facilitate the construction of the Nassau Cruise Port. Noting the department's current space need, efforts are being made to expand the department's work area to accommodate additional offices in a suitable environment that is conducive to productivity. To continue its mandate to offer efficient service to its customers, the Port Department has also commenced staff hirings, particularly for the Family Island offices, which are faced with staff shortage concerns. We anticipate a quick completion of this goal, which is now in its final stages. As part of our regulatory mandate, patrol of vessel traffic within the Bahamas is required to ensure that commercial and private operations are conducted using vessels and watercraft that are deemed seaworthy for the purpose for which they are being used. As such, I am pleased to share that the Port Department has acquired 2 additional patrol crafts to be used within the Family Islands, namely Exuma and Abaco, for monitoring of vessel traffic. Boaters are therefore reminded to ensure that their vessel and/or watercraft are registered with the Port Department to avoid enforcement against illegal maritime activity. And the public is reminded that they can visit a port office or log on to www.bahamas.gov.bs/port to complete the registration process. In Nassau, Porter's Key stands as a hub for maritime activity, with vessels constantly moving in and out of the harbor for the purpose of transporting cargo. To emphasize the message of safety, I am proud to announce that we have installed signs at the eastern end of Porter's Key Dock to advise boaters of the proper use of that area, thereby eliminating the possibility of incidents. As we continue to raise the standard at Porter's Key Dock to improve the overall look and operations of that area, the Port Department, by way of Ministry of Housing, is also in discussion to complete phase 3 of the Porter's Key Dock project. Once completed, a freight depot will be created with security checkpoints, control access, and proper regulation of traffic. Something started when the member of Angleton was there, and we will complete it. Additionally, cleanup of the Nassau Harbor is ongoing to remove derelict and abandoned vessels in and around the harbor. Recognizing the strides that my ministry is taking to ensure that the Port Department is equipped to deliver its mandate, we also see the need to ensure that staff members feel empowered to perform their job with confidence and in the spirit of excellence. Therefore, the Port Department and the Bahamas Maritime Authority have signed a memorandum of understanding, which provides for technical training and support of port officers and collaboration between the two agencies to enhance the vessel inspection regime and ensure that vessels not only meet local standards, but also comply with standards set by regional and international bodies of which the Bahamas is a party to. Our work will only be as good as the people getting the job done. This administration understands this fact, and at the Ministry of Transport and Housing, we will continue to explore opportunity to upgrade staff, improve competency, fill and identify gaps, and build capacity. Further, the Port Department, in conjunction with the Nassau New Providence Port Authority Board, is collaborating to amend all port legislation, which will affect fines and fees associated with the department, among a list of other things. Overall, we recognize the importance of emphasizing safety in the local maritime industry, and we are determined to achieve this goal for the betterment of all stakeholders and the public. As my ministry commits to offering service that is commensurate with technological developments, the Port Department is in discussions to secure a viable party to provide a full-scale digital solution that would allow all port services and functions to be accessed on a single website. We anticipate the rollout of this solution in the short-term future. Digitization is key, Madam Speaker. It is through digital transformation exercises like this one that the Davis administration will expedite the delivery and quality of service throughout the government. The results will be an improved experience for users of government services, improved ease of doing business, and a more productive public service. The Ministry of Transport and Housing is fully embracing the digitization agenda, with the digitization of port services being one of the many that we are incorporating technology throughout the ministry. In the meantime, we are committed to maintaining partnerships with regional and international stakeholders, including the Port of Miami and the Port of New York and New Jersey, for the purpose of information sharing, technical assistance, and staff training. Madam Speaker, the Road Traffic Department is an important agency of the Ministry of Transport and Housing. The department was previously located in the Clarence A. Bean building, Thompson Boulevard. However, as results of changes with the structure and maintenance of the building, extensive consultations were held with various technical experts in both the public and private sectors in conjunction with the Bahamas Public Services Union, and it was determined that the urgent need to relocate the staff. The Thomas A. Robinson Stadium was identified and has been housing the department in its operation for more than 3 years. It has now come to the attention that the department has been requested to relocate with immediate effect. I have the member for Garden Hills, the minister for Youth, Sport, and Culture telling me, move. Therefore, Madam Speaker, a new facility will be constructed that would house the headquarters of the Ministry of Transport as well as the Road Traffic Department. The facility will feature a service and inspection garage that checks brakes, tires, weight, exhaust system, and other areas to ensure safety and protection for all licensed vehicles. Our vision also includes to have a driving course on the property as well as a 15 bus lane terminal that facilitates an area for buses to use as a rest stop or a bus collection point. We are still in the early stages of discussing the completed design, but we intend to build a modern building fit for purpose. Madam Speaker, another important focus of the department is to ensure the introduction of the TMS system to the islands of Cat Island, St. Salvador, Rum Key, Berry Island, Acklins, Crooked Island, Mayaguana, and Inagua. Plans, Madam Speaker, are also in the works for a road traffic substation to be opened in eastern New Providence. The introduction of this office will improve the delivery of services by the department and alleviate the long lines at the main office of the Road Traffic Department. During this budget period, the Road Traffic Department has recommended for consideration new revenue measures. These measures include the introduction of commercial driver's license and vanity license plate. And my ministry is in the preliminary stages of planning an artist competition in partnership with the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture for a limited vanity license edition plate design competition to commemorate our nation's 50th independence anniversary. A focus of the Department of Road Traffic during this budget period, Madam Speaker, will be to give greater attention to the promotion of road safety practices. As the Minister of Transport and Housing, I am disturbed by the number of traffic fatalities involving the young people of our nation. And I'm pleased to advise this honorable House that my ministry intends to relaunch the National Road Safety Campaign before the end of this year. Madam Speaker, the concerns of the Surrey drivers have been brought to the attention of my ministry. I'm advised that as a result of the signing of the lease agreement for the Nassau Cruise Port and the subsequent construction, that Surrey drivers have been displaced. I wish to take this opportunity to assure Surrey drivers that my ministry is actively engaged with relevant stakeholders on a plan to have them relocated and to ensure that their location is conducive to obtaining business from cruise passengers. I wish to also thank my cabinet colleagues for agreeing to grant a one-time subsidy payment to the Surrey drivers to assist with the care of the horses and to get them prepared to resume services to our tourist sector soonest. I would be remiss if I did not speak to the concerns of the bus drivers. Public transportation is an important facet of our society. It is an integral to how we interact with each other on the job and in our communal lives. I wish to thank the public transport providers and the drivers for the essential service they provide. We acknowledge that the cost of fuel has impacted the operations of the busing system, and while we note the continuous cry for increase in the bus fare, we have raised your concerns at the cabinet level, and I wish to advise that my ministry will meet with the Ministry of Finance to design and structure a temporary relief package for the busing industry. Madam Speaker, I now wish to report on the activities of the Aircraft Investigation Authority, AAIA, which is a specialized unit under the remit of my ministry, the Ministry of Transport and Housing. The mandate of the AAIA includes the investigation of accidents and serious incidents. And I want to commend them for the work that they have been doing, especially just how fast they're able to respond at the recent incident that occurred in Long Island with the unfortunate loss of life for the young lady, Miss Newbold. I want to thank the authority for the immediate response and how they've been providing update information to the Bahamian people as they move forward in their investigations. The evolution of the AIA from a unit within the former Civil Aviation Department to a standalone, functionally independent investigative authority has not been an easy feat, and much work is required for the authority to remain in a position as a leader in aviation safety. The ICAO monitors the state level of compliance with the standards and recommended practices of the Convention of International Civil Aviation via safety audits, and the Bahamas was subject to such audit in November and December 2021. The AIA's portion of the ICAO safety audit was conducted in December 2021 and yielded remarkable results, improving from a low score of 13.59% from the previous audit in 2017 to an outstanding 90.29%. And what makes this achievement so special is that unlike the 2017 ICA audit, where foreign consultants were engaged to plan, prepare, and advise, this latest audit initiative was planned and executed solely in-house by the AIA's all Bahamian staff, led by Chief Investigator Captain Delvin Major, with assistance from the Attorney General's Office for Legal Guidance relative to statutory and regulatory matters. Madam Speaker, a stellar example of Bahamian excellence. Clearly, there's no limit to what we can do when we are provided with the right support and opportunity. Madam Speaker, for this upcoming budgetary period, it is envisioned that areas identified by the ICAO's auditors as deficient or requiring additional mitigation measures would be given special attention in order to strengthen the capabilities of the AAIA. Subsequently, the following initiatives are planned for the fiscal period 2022-2023. We will amend the AAIA Act 2019 and AAIA Regulation 2021. We will expand AAIA staff by 2 investigators to build capacity. We will facilitate safety training for aviation stakeholders throughout the Bahamas to provide support to the AAIA and investigative process. And we will continue recurrent training and initiate training as appropriate for AAIA staff to remain on the cutting edge of investigative techniques and technological advancement. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the Department of Meteorology. The Department of Meteorology is fully committed to providing the most accurate and timely meteorological products, services, and information using the latest technology available to fully meet the needs of its customers. In October 2016, Madam Speaker, the government of the Bahamas, through the Department of Meteorology, under the leadership of the member for Angliston, signed a contract with a Finnish company to install a network of Doppler weather radars and automatic weather observance systems in the Bahamas. This contract included the installation of 4 Doppler weather radars, the refurbishment of an existing Doppler weather radar, the installation of 9 airport weather observance systems, and the installation of a low-level wind shear alert system at the Linden Pinland Airport. Madam Speaker, to date, the 9 airport weather observance systems are installed at the following airports: Marsh Harbor, Linden Pinland International Airport, Governor's Harbor, Fresh Creek, Bight, Cat Island, San Salvador, and Anagua. The 4 new Doppler weather radars are installed in New Providence, Marsh Harbor, Abaco, Millerton, Long Island, and Mayaguana. The refurbishment and installation of the existing radar is completed in Ragged Island. 7 of the 8 towers required for the low-level wind shear alert system at the LPIA are also installed. Works remaining to be done on this project are the connection of the Mayaguana radar to the power grid and the installation of 1 more tower for the low-level wind shear alert system at the LPIA. Plans are to complete the remaining works on this project by December 2022. Madam Speaker, during the fiscal period 2021-2022, 4 veteran meteorologists retired from the public service. It is anticipated that an additional 5 meteorologists will reach the mandatory retirement age within the next 3 years. It is necessary to replace these retirees with competent individuals who would be able to contribute to the continued growth and development of the department. Provisions are made in the 2022-2023 budget for the hiring of 20 young Bahamians to be trained in the science of meteorology. Madam Speaker, in 2022-2023 national budget, we have allocated over $8 million for mail boat service contracts. We understand to operate a mail boat is not cheap. In fact, the annual fuel cost can be significant. However, as this service is government subsidized, the residents of the Family Islands should not have to pay exorbitant fees and suffer from inconsistent prices. My ministry, Madam Speaker, will seek to partner with the Department of Local Government, which falls under the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs, and Family Island MPs to ensure that we give Family Island residents a voice in the decision-making process with a view to improving the mailboat service. Further, my ministry intends to establish a help desk for Family Island residents to report missing goods and other issues. Madam Speaker, I now direct the House attention to the operation of the BMA. Members would no doubt be aware that the maritime sector is a key pillar of our economy. We intend to continue to make inroads in this sector by offering new opportunities for the Bahamas and for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, I have just returned from Greece, where the International Shipping Exhibition, Posidonia 2022, marked the first major gathering of the maritime world since the onset of the pandemic. The Bahamas delegation included Ms. Jacqueline Simmons, Chairman of the BMA Authority, Permanent Secretary Antoinette Thompson, Deputy Chairman Mr. Peter John Galandras, and Director and CEO Captain Dwayne Hutchinson, supported by BMA staff from London and Greece offices. Madam Speaker, we met in person with the Greek Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy. We met with the President of the Union of Greek Ship Owners, with whom we have a very close working relationship, and we met with some of the world's major ship owners, many of whom fly our flag. And I am pleased to report that under the BMA, the Bahamas remain solidly among the top 10 registries in the world. The BMA have been profitable for the Bahamas every year of its existence, having now returned to the Treasury in excess of $110 million. And I'm pleased to report that we see significant opportunity for growth and hence enhanced revenue for the Bahamas Treasury, and in terms of enhanced opportunities for Bahamians by way of education, jobs, career, advancement in the maritime field. In Greece, we engage with the government and maritime industry leaders to discuss areas of mutual benefit in order to grow existing business opportunities. And the forefront of our discussion was climate change through the introduction of practical and effective maritime regulations and quality customer service. In this regard, I was heartened to hear that the Bahamas, through the Bahamas Maritime Authority, was sought out for its expertise, its competence, and its regulatory leadership. As one of the world's largest flags in an increasingly competitive ship registration field, I was pleased to hear that our clients continue to benefit from the quality of our service and continue to bring tonnage to our registry. The trust of the Greek companies, large and small, from shipping dynasties such as Livanos, Sakos, Thenemaris, Dorian, Chartworld, Stamco, and many others who are advocates for our flag, and also for the Bahamas as a center for investment for financial services and residents, and by extension, champion the Bahamas as a tourist destination. Madam Speaker, presently, we are in the enviable position as relates to the International Ship Registry, in that we have access to ship owners ranging from bulk carriers, tankers, car carriers, container ships, and gas carriers who are committed to fly our flag, in addition to having the largest number of cruise ships in the world under our flag. These facts present significant opportunities for the Bahamas. Bearing this in mind, we must embrace the opportunity to structure ourselves to not only safeguard our present position, but to also grow and increase our revenue stream. We must grow our market share in Greece and also in the Far East, where the flag is not so well known as in the West. The key to this growth is and will be customer service. The maritime regulatory world has become very complex, with new environmental issues and environmentally friendly technologies now overlaid on traditional mechanical, structural, electronic, and operational ship safety issues. Other major registries are competing every day for major ship owners' business. If we are to compete and prosper, we must maintain and enhance our level of client service. This means continuing to assure the BMA has sufficient people with the specialized knowledge to regulate, to support our ship owner clients. Where necessary, we will continue to make these investments in people, including our Greek and London offices and elsewhere needed. And one of the most noteworthy requirements, however, is to strategically focus on our BMA's operations at home. We realize that in positioning ourselves strategically, we must augment and enhance our specialized expertise in the Bahamas to support our domestic maritime sector, our port operations, our ship and boat inspection capacity, our environmental oversight, and our ability to monitor marine traffic, both domestic and transient. This will yield efficiency and enhance safety that will benefit all Bahamians and all visitors to our beautiful country. We will continue to collaborate and support maritime education in the Bahamas with other government ministries and agencies. We will continue to nourish the Bahamas Maritime Cadet Corps that is funded by the BMA and that provides free maritime basic training to our high school students. We will make every effort to help leverage the state-of-the-art LGM Maritime Academy as a key part of the Bahamian Maritime Educational Cluster. And we will work with academic institutions and other maritime stakeholders here in the Bahamas to help build the Bahamas as a world-class center for maritime education. Finally, Madam Speaker, we will more effectively marry maritime training and education to real jobs in order to provide good opportunities for Bahamians. We are aware that the pandemic has created major dislocations in the employment chain, particularly for the cruise industry, in which a single cruise ship can now require in excess of 1,000 crew. People are needed. We'll work with the maritime industry, with our manning agencies, and with our stakeholders in the Bahamas to assure that as many job opportunities as possible are made available to qualified Bahamians. The Bahamian is quintessentially a maritime nation. We have set a course for the maritime sector to provide productive avenues for the Bahamas and for Bahamians, to provide enhanced revenue, quality maritime education, accessible opportunity, and good maritime jobs. Madam Speaker, as stated at the start of my budget, my representation for the people of the Elizabeth constituency is most important because they are the ones who elected me. In preparation of the hurricane season, Madam Speaker, cleaning of drains in all the areas of the constituency are taking place. Additionally, truckloads of sand to prevent the flooding of homes have been made available in 8 different locations in Elizabeth for constituents. In May, we celebrated the Mothers of Elizabeth, and we will be hosting our Father's Day event on Elizabeth Estates Park this Friday at 5 p.m. We are continuing, Madam Speaker, to provide free breakfast on the last Friday of each month at the constituency office from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. And plans are underway for an award ceremony to recognize and salute outstanding students in the Elizabeth constituency, and further details will be provided shortly. Madam Speaker, in closing, I wish to reaffirm my commitment to my constituents and the Bahamian people whom I serve. And before I close, I also want to recognize and thank Trevor Baston for the decades of service as he is retiring director of the Department of Meteorology and the work that he has done on behalf of the Bahamian people and transforming that department. And I wish to do that before I end. And I hope that my constituents and the Bahamian people are beneficiary of a modern, innovative, transformative service in every agency of my ministry, and that their lives will be positively impacted in a tangible and holistic way. I thank my teams at the Constituency Office and the Ministry of Transport and Housing for their support. Madam Speaker, I'm fully aware of an old Bahamian saying, dogs don't bark at parked car. And I grew up in the church, and I recall my parents continuously saying on the podium in service, the effectual, fervent prayer of the righteous availeth much. So I come from praying parents. I come from a group of praying constituents who have continued to pray and keep me and cover me. And then I was also reminded by the word where he said, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So what he said was the weapons will form, but they won't prosper. So I am resolute, Madam Speaker, and determined that I will continue to work diligently to execute my duties for the betterment of the Bahamian people and to make a notable difference. The attacks and the character smears will come, but I move each day fully aware of the expectations of the people of the Bahamas, that we will bring a change to better their lives. And so I thank you, Madam Speaker. May God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Seabreeze.
I rise today, Madam Speaker, in enthusiastic support of a new day in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I rise in firm, unwavering support of the 2022-2023 budget. I am profoundly grateful to the people of Seabreeze who have reposed their trust in me to stand in this hallowed place in their stead. I am humbled by the confidence they continue to place in me to represent their priorities and concerns. It is one of the highest privileges of my life to serve as a strong voice for common sense solutions to the many challenges they face each and every day. Challenges shared by Bahamians all across these islands, and challenges that this budget seeks to address. Seabreeze is a constituency of hardworking, creative, industrious, and talented men and women. It is a community built on the values of faith, education, a strong work ethic, kindness, and a belief in entrepreneurship. The people of Seabreeze are a no-nonsense community. They are a common sense community. They are a community willing to take hold of every opportunity to progress towards a brighter future. But like so many of the communities across the Bahamaland, they have been frustrated by shrinking avenues of opportunities and stymied by unnecessary challenges to basic functions of life and work for far too long. This budget, Madam Speaker, represents a giant step towards restoring opportunity and alleviating unnecessary challenges in the lives of Seabreeze residents and Bahamians all across this country. Madam Speaker, as I stand today, I take note of the presence of some very special guests in the gallery as I make my contribution. I am certainly very well pleased to have my parents, Mr. Leslie O. Miller, and my beautiful mother, Miss Joycelyn Ramming, here today. you for your support, prayers, and shining examples of leadership and compassion. To my loving husband, Leander Bryce, and my beautiful children, Quaid Leslie, Liam Javon, and Layla Marie, thank you for your unwavering support. During these 8 months, you have adjusted to changes in schedules, changes to date nights and family time. But your welcoming hugs, love, and encouragement continues to refuel my efforts, and I am forever grateful for you. I wish to extend congratulations to my children for their academic accomplishments this school year, as they have all made the honors list. To God be the glory, great things he has done. In all things, I give God thanks and praise for his many blessings over my life. Madam Speaker, I commend the Prime Minister and all cabinet ministers on the progress made thus far on delivering the transformation promised in the blueprint for change. Free COVID-19 testing, scaling up the national COVID vaccination program, the rollback of lockdowns, and a truly evidence-based approach to mitigating the pandemic and its effects on the health and economy of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, Seabreeze stands shoulder to shoulder with our colleagues in support of the measures taken to address the cost of living crisis in the country. The economic impacts of Hurricane Dorian and the global pandemic have been exacerbated by the conflict in Ukraine and a global inflation expansion that have made the already high cost of living nearly insurmountable. I again commend the Prime Minister and the Cabinet for fulfilling financial obligations to public employees and the disbursement of the $500 lump sum payment to persons dependent on a small $100 per week benefit from the National Insurance Board. The $6.8 million distributed to Bahamians in the months after this New Day government took office represents a significant investment in jumpstarting an economy stalled for 2 years, despite the desire of Bahamian people to get back to work. Madam Speaker, this budget very deliberately focuses on the poor. Madam Speaker, this budget very deliberately focuses on the poor, the disenfranchised, and the vulnerable. In a nation where the unemployment rate was estimated at 18% just last year, where single mothers solicited assistance to purchase baby formula and other necessary items in the parking lots of food stores, Madam Speaker, do you remember that? Where 2/3 of the population are uninsured or underinsured or uninsured, largely due to high cost. This administration has rightly placed all due care and attention on extending a helping hand to those in dire need. I also commend the Prime Minister and his cabinet colleagues on the decision to reintroduce the RISE program through the Ministry of Social Services. The reintroduction of this program with an overall increase in the support and resources provided to assist those less fortunate, even above the levels existing before the pandemic, speaks to a clear-eyed view of just how desperate the circumstances of many Bahamians have been. The RISE program is an initiative that seeks to tackle poverty at its tangled roots. It provides for direct assistance in circumstances that over the duration of the pandemic has been made worse by factors outside of an individual's control. Concurrent with the priority this government has placed on providing opportunities for Bahamians to get back to work, the RISE program represents a tangible step towards the bright new day all Bahamians are trying to achieve. Madam Speaker, tackling the cost of living in our country means implementing measures on the importation of goods and enforcement on price control. Consequently, this budget sees the reductions of customs duties on key items and full enforcement of price controls as outlined in the 2022-23 budget as an essential component in helping Bahamians stand firm on their own 2 feet. The reduction of duty on food items has already resulted in savings being passed on to consumers by some of the leading franchises in the industry. This represents real relief, and it makes a difference for many Bahamian homes and families. In these times of struggle, for so many, burdens should never be added by the heavy hand of any government or the spirit of greed by a select few who put the prospect of outrageous profits over the good of the people of this nation. The concrete measures taken will help to lighten the load felt by many, indeed especially the most vulnerable and disenfranchised. Among those considered vulnerable and disenfranchised are Bahamians with physical and mental disabilities. Speaking as High Commissioner to CARICOM, some 10% of the Caribbean community is composed of persons with disabilities. This demographic has also experienced socioeconomic challenges, as even pre-COVID, they were largely excluded from the normal economic activity of the nation. The COVID pandemic has significantly increased the hardship, the exclusion, and the vulnerability of people with disabilities throughout the Bahamas. American Vice President Hubert Humphrey took inspiration from the words of Pearl Buck, a writer of the 19th century, when he said, "The moral test of government is how the government treat those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped." These words have been quoted in this honorable house on more than one occasion, but they still ring as true today as when first spoken. As this new day budget is implemented, I urge all relevant decision makers, not only in this honorable house, but throughout the public and private sectors as well, to pass the most basic moral test. Let us ensure that we are as inclusive as possible in the rollout of opportunities to the Bahamian people. A young man or woman who may be differently able still represents a vast storehouse of potential and talent, which can greatly benefit businesses or the private sector if given the opportunity. In this new day, let's make sure no Bahamian is left behind. Madam Speaker, under the theme of no Bahamian being left behind, Seabreeze wholeheartedly supports the incremental increase of the minimum wage in the public sector. In these times when the cost of food and energy continues to climb, responsible steps must be taken to ensure the wages are not left stagnant. I am sure Bahamians will be gratified to see the first of these increases once the budget comes into effect in July. And I have every confidence that negotiations with labor with respect to future increases and reforms in the public sector will bear fruit. Madam Speaker, from the millennials, Generation Z, baby boomers, and so many more, this new day budget 2022-2023 prioritizes opportunities for jobs and ownerships for the average Bahamian. Seabreeze supports the government's investment of over $50 million through the Bahamas Development Bank, the Bahamas Agriculture and Industrial Corporation, the Venture Capital Fund, and the Small Business Development Center. As a business operator in this challenging Bahamian marketplace, I share the concerns of many business owners who encounter too many barriers to trade, barriers to grow, and possible expansion. The staggering number of small businesses that wither and die on the vine is all the evidence we need to know that it is needlessly difficult to find success as a small business startup in this country. Last year, the Bahamas was ranked 119 among 190 economies in the ease of doing business, according to the latest World Bank annual ratings. This budget reflects the government's commitment to work with existing business owners to eliminate and reduce barriers and challenges to their operation and growth. Further reform of regulatory and licensing processes will be examined with an eye to lifting the burdens of starting and operating a business in the Bahamas. Challenges with respect to energy and other utilities will also be examined. This budget reflects a prioritization of small business development and understands that the ladder of entrepreneurship is the most effective means for many of our fellow Bahamians to scale the economic and social barriers to a successful long-term business that survives through the toughest of times. Madam Speaker, this New Day budget speaks to the commitment of this government to the reform and development of the nation's energy sector. For the residents of Seabreeze, the implementation of a national strategy for the development of renewable energy is welcomed news. The cost of energy has been an indirect tax on Bahamian consumers for generations. As events half a world away impact the cost of fuel, Bahamian families and businesses bow under a heavy yoke that affects every aspect of life. This burden has led to increased hardships for households already on the margins. The increased share of renewables in the nation's energy mix by 2030, a mere 8 years from today, offers tremendous opportunities to Bahamian households to reduce the consumption of energy derived from harmful fossil fuels, to provide services or start new businesses in one of the fastest growing sectors of the global economy, and ultimately to improve the resiliency of our national energy infrastructure. How many young Bahamians in Seabreeze and across the nation would seek the necessary education and training to find a place in a Bahamian green economy? How many small communities in our family islands could achieve energy independence with innovative new technologies that embrace the full potential of renewable sources of energy? The process of transitioning to a green economy can also be a catalyst in enhancing diversity and equality. According to a United Nations Industrial Development Organization report issued last year, transitioning to a green industry, if planned carefully, can promote a future that supports environmental sustainability and gender equality by decoupling economic growth from resource consumption and facilitating the systematic socio-political transformation needed to address social inequalities. The green, orange, and blue economies present real opportunities for economic growth and enhanced development for all Bahamians. And the good people of Seabreeze are ready to grasp those opportunities. Madam Speaker, as a nation, we have undoubtedly seen how climate change can impact our country. This government, rightly so, has made it clear that we will stand on the world stage and make countries around the world accountable for its actions and its impact on climate change. Accordingly, this budget addresses the critical need for the Bahamas and all small island development states to scale up its efforts to ensure resiliency and mitigate climate change. In his address to the world leaders at the COP26 conference in November last year, our Prime Minister delivered an impassioned call for action to address climate change, and most specifically its effect on vulnerable nations and populations that caught the attention of men and women all across the globe. In his brief but powerful remarks, the Prime Minister challenged more development nations to recognize through financing and technology transfer is urgently needed so the Bahamas can rebuild for resilience. Without change, if we are lucky, we will become refugees. Without change, if we are unlucky, then we will be left to the mercy of future Hurricane Dorians. More of my people will die. More will be left traumatized and homeless. People will be forced to flee, but flee to where? These are my neighbors, my family, my friends. My plea is both urgent and deeply personal, and I make it on behalf of all humanity. My friends, look outside. Our hurricanes are your fires and your floods. Our hurricanes are your landslides and drought. Morally and ethically, it has been beyond imaginations and conscience that we do so little until it becomes too late. Do what is needed, not what you can get away with. Turn promises to small island development states into action. Don't hide behind buzzwords and hazy assurances. Don't let the failures of the past limit our ambition for the present. In March of this year, I carried this message, as outlined by our Prime Minister, to the 60th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly. As the Bahamas' representative, I joined in the chorus of voicing rising from small and developing nations around the world, demanding real change and progress towards the goals outlined in the COP26 Climate Change Conference. The Bahamas will continue to be a leading voice in the global dialogue with respect to climate change, but we do not have the luxury of waiting for the world to solve the problems we are facing. Resilience must become a byword for Bahamian development going forward. The residents of New Providence, including the good people of Seabreeze, will recall the massive flooding that resulted from Hurricane Matthew, which displaced so many in 2016. Many of those most affected are residents of Seabreeze and surrounding constituencies, some who sustained tremendous losses and damages as a result. More recently still, the 2019 landfall of Hurricane Dorian, a historic storm from which many in the northern Bahamas have still not completely recovered. The Bahamas has learned the bitter necessities of mitigating the effects of climate change by embracing resiliency as individuals, as a nation. This budget reflects the reality and empowers both public and private sector initiatives that not only achieve resiliency in our infrastructure, public works, and private enterprise, but also provides a myriad of opportunities for employment, business creation, and ownership. I am sure that we have all heard the old Chinese proverb, in every crisis, there is an opportunity. We must take this opportunity to ensure that every measure is taken to mitigate the impact of a superstorm or any other catastrophic event that might threaten us now and into the future. Madam Speaker, food security is critical to sustaining the core needs of our country. One element of resiliency for which I applaud the government's actions relates to our agricultural sector and the issue of food security for the Bahamian people. With the revitalization of BAMSI and the active recruitment of young Bahamians into the agriculture, fishing, and maritime industries, the Bahamas is poised for an acceleration in these homegrown industries. The opportunities for entrepreneurship, ownership, the significant diversification of our economy, and the significant presence in the market for locally produced inventory are right in the front of us. The conflict in Ukraine, the cost of fossil fuels, and the ongoing pandemic have resulted in inflation of food prices, as well as other necessary goods imported from abroad. The actions this government has taken with respect to mitigating the cost of food and fuel are welcomed actions. But the only long-term solution to this persistent vulnerability is investment in and development of our local agricultural sector. Our farmers are already operating in the difficult arena of the Bahamian market. And I am proud of the efforts of the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs to do more to support our farmers and invest more to strengthen our nation's food security. Further, we must do all that we can to insensitize young people to see a prosperous future in farming, fishing, and aquaculture. Farming is not only beneficial on an industrial scale. For constituents like Seabreeze, the reinvestment in and revitalization of programs to promote backyard gardens and community farms represent an opportunity to rewrite the narrative with respect to food and nutrition. The health benefits and savings households can realize with the most basic and limited adoption of a small-scale gardens cannot be overstated. Seabreeze supports the Ministry of Agriculture and BAIC in its backyard farming program, and the further promotion of this initiative represents on the ground progress for Bahamian families. I believe this budget is a step in the right direction, bringing us closer to our goals of food security. Madam Speaker, home ownership is a dream for many Bahamians that this government has made a reality and is continuing to make a reality for other Bahamians. Through this budget, the Prime Minister and this administration are re-emphasizing the importance of home ownership to the Bahamian people. The Bahamian dream, as much as it can be articulated, would be incomplete without acknowledging the aspiration of home ownership. The Ministry of Housing is to be commended for achievements made in only a matter of months to accelerate the development of new homes in New Providence and across the islands of this nation. This administration is to be commended for the specific investments allocated to the establishments of new housing developments aimed at giving young Bahamians access to a Bahamian dream that was drifting out of reach for too many. This administration's commitment to Bahamian ownership reflects its delivery on the promise to reinvigorate the middle class. The middle class life is rooted in home, family, work, and worship has been degraded for too long, corroded by the relentless rise in the cost of basic necessities of life. This budget and its investments in enhancing access to home ownership comes at a much-needed course correction for the dreams and aspirations of young Bahamians. Madam Speaker, the recent and tragic murder of a 13-year-old boy in the Freetown community is just one of the very long parade of grievous expressions of violent crimes that has shocked the conscience of the nation. My heart goes out to the family of this young man, and the nation shares the pain of this loss. But we must do more than simply mourn. We must take this tragedy and all tragedies that come before as an irresistible call to action. I commend the Prime Minister and his cabinet colleagues for the very intentional efforts made to embrace a nonpartisan approach to crime and violence plaguing the country, most especially in the capital, New Providence. Crime doesn't wear a political color, honorable members. Its victims are drawn from every political persuasion, every ethnic background, both men and women, boys and girls. Our solutions should not be limited by the party we belong to. Horrific violent acts that so often go viral on social media platforms, including the preventable death of baby Bella, graphic videos of violence targeting women, or videos of school fights or fights in public gatherings where serious injuries or death result have become a common feature of online discourse. Willful blindness to domestic or gender-based violence continues as women and girls are victimized, and too frequently crimes against them go unreported or unprioritized. The investment made in this budget to further equip the Royal Bahamas Police Force should be lauded, as it well enabled them to more robustly respond to and investigate serious crimes. But crime is a final expression of a complex process of various societal and personal factors. And preventing crime is a job for every single Bahamian, not just our uniformed services. Investment in diversion programs for at-risk youth must be increased. including enhanced treatment for alcohol and substance abuse disorders, increased access to rehabilitation programs that offer training and education for nonviolent offenders, and greater investment in transitional housing, job placement, and mental health services for the recently incarcerated should be a part of an all-above strategy to address crime and the tendency of a convicted criminal to reoffend in the Bahamas. Honorable members, safer communities and safer families only come when we are willing to look at the factors that are impacting the high levels of crime and violence in Bahamian society. We can only make a difference when we are willing to make the difficult decisions necessary to prevent as well as respond to crime. Madam Speaker, I am here because of the great constituents of Seabreeze. I told them that I would do what I can in my power, and with their partnership, we will build a better Seabreeze. Madam Speaker, I recall on a rally stage days before the general election, I promised the Bahamian people and the great constituency of Seabreeze that there will be no more slapping up. 8 months later, and I believe the Bahamian people know and feel that this isn't a slapping up government. The sleeves are rolled up, our feet are on the ground, and we are delivering on our commitments to the Bahamian people. We have been working and will continue to work on uplifting Bahamians at every level. Seabreeze, for the past 8 months, I've truly been honored to serve you, meet with you, provide assistance through our Seabreeze Resume Bank with the placement of over 120 residents on new jobs within the private sector through our corporate partners and affiliates. Honorable members, every single one of us knows the difference it can make to an individual, to a family, when an unemployed person is returned to work. Even an entry-level position often becomes the launching pad to a higher standard of living and better quality of life. And I sincerely extend my best wishes to every participant in our Seabreeze Resume Bank, and especially to those who have successfully found employment. Through the Seabreeze Feeding Program, we have delivered and distributed over 800 food packages. Food is a basic necessity of life, and no family should struggle with the pain and indignity of food insecurity. During the 2 years of the COVID pandemic, the numbers of persons requiring food assistance skyrocketed, requiring an unprecedented level of governmental, nonprofit action to meet the needs. As we return to a semblance of normal, it would be naive to imagine that the need for food assistance would completely resolve itself or disappear. There remain some who require a helping hand, and the Seabreeze food packages have allowed some of those residents in my constituency to experience at least a few minutes free of the worry that arises when you are food insecure. Madam Speaker, our country has seen too many women die due to breast cancer, which is one of the more easily detected and easily treated cancers of the body. Seabreeze has hosted mammogram screenings as a part of our annual breast cancer prevention initiative. Breast cancer is a disease that has robbed too many families of their mothers, grandmothers, sisters, and aunts. Research has found that the Bahamas has the highest known prevalence of BRCA mutations among breast cancer patients of any country. Indeed, 23% of women with breast cancer in the Bahamas were found to carry one of the 7 founder mutations in the BRCA1 or BRCA2 gene, greatly increasing the risk of developing breast or cervical cancer in the future. Seabreeze will not sit idly by while the backbone of our families continues to face such a dire threat to our health. Regular mammograms and frequent self-exams are the best tools for early detection. Please, I implore all Bahamian women to make their own health a priority and help to spread the word about the importance of breast cancer screenings. Madam Speaker, as a business leader, I believe that financial literacy should be at the bedrock of our educational system. It has been a joy to champion the importance of financial literacy with our Lunch and Learn Savings series at Sadie Curtis School, and having the opportunity to equip young students with the tools that can last them for a lifetime. From a national perspective, financial literacy is an important factor in a country's strategy to achieve economic and social development. From the point of view of the individual, the price paid for not fully understanding the banking systems, financial products, and awareness of financial policies can be dire. Bahamians of every background and profession are hungry for the tools to better manage their personal finances, to achieve financial wellness and enhance their quality of life. Seabreeze is committed to providing the tools and knowledge with respect to financial literacy that will empower residents to make a positive difference in their own lives. Madam Speaker, Christmas is my absolute favorite time of the year. It's a time of giving and spreading joy. Seabreeze maintained the door-to-door distribution of over 3,000 holiday packages and so much more to help brighten the holidays. The holiday season is a special time for many people and their families, and I am grateful to the many generous persons who helped to make this impressive accomplishment a reality. Truly, you all helped to make Seabreeze Christmas a bit more merry. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to advise this honorable House that the assistance with a very dedicated team, we have been able to deliver up to 2,800 back-to-school deliveries to date, door to door. There can be no denying that parents have faced increased difficulties in preparing their children for face-to-face, in-person lessons. As our economy shrugs off the effects of the pandemic, it is only reasonable to provide a measure of support to families that could use a hand during this difficult period. The back-to-school packages afford residents to receive school supplies to help students and struggling families start the year with the necessary tools to succeed. Honorable members, I am pleased to advise that my constituency office and the amazing community of volunteers who assist with the activities and initiatives we have introduced have partners with the Seabreeze Neighborhood Watch and the Royal Bahamas Police Force to help prevent and reduce crime in and around Seabreeze. We will host open, nonpartisan town hall meetings that residents can attend both in person and virtually, with specific emphasis and expert presentations on child safety, home and property protection, domestic violence, and crime prevention, because safety and crime are real issues for every Bahamian, not political footballs to be debated every 5 years. For over a year, I've walked door to door, and you shared your concerns, and one by one, I am committed to getting the job done to ensure Seabreeze is cleaner, safer, and better. Madam Speaker, I want to advise my constituents that we have been marking, tagging, and removing derelict vehicles in Seabreeze. We have removed over 60 vehicles, and the remaining are scheduled to be removed. The street lights, one by one, are being repaired and restored. Already, we can report that over 80 lamp poles have been repaired and are now providing the necessary light for our residents to feel safer as they move around in their neighborhoods. No more darkness, no more dark days, Seabreeze, and no more representation that just identifies the problem, but representation that solves the problem. It's truly a new day. We have and will continue to clean the drains and make the necessary road repairs, but Tahana Road, Gulfstream Boulevard, and La Bamba Lane, who have been plagued with flooding in the area for years, to the extent where you can't get to work, you're unable to take your kids to school, not only in the aftermath of a tropical storm, but during the course of a heavy summer rain. Within the next 90 days, for the first time, your drains will be installed to ensure that when it rains, it will no longer hinder your mobility and your day-to-day lives. Finally, Madam Speaker, honorable members, it is my privilege to announce to the Seabreeze constituency, as promised and now delivered, the commissioning of your community center is on the way. It is located on the main Bill Lilly Drive on the corner of Seabreeze Grove. The building is purchased, detailed drawings are underway, and I invite you to follow the progress and updates via social media pages. I look forward to fully unveiling this amazing space to you, a space where you as residents can come together as a community and enjoy workshops, classes, and social activities. This community center will house a computer lab, a library, an art and creative space, a backyard farm where the kids will sell their crops when they are ripe. The center will also provide a space for seminars and training, serving as a resource for the community. The Seabreeze Community Center will serve as a hub that will enhance the safety, the quality of life, and opportunities for residents of Seabreeze. This community center is an investment in the future of the community of Seabreeze. It is proof that the progressive and inclusive values of this community center can make a meaningful difference in the lives of people. This is what Seabreeze residents requested. This is what the youth asked for, and the elders of Seabreeze deserve. I made a promise to you, Seabreeze, and I can proudly say, so said, so done. Madam Speaker, I am deeply grateful to the team of wonderful men and women who continue to work with me so diligently to serve the needs of the people of Seabreeze. I would not pretend that I can stand here in this honorable place without the efforts to make a difference in the community day in and day out. I owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude for their sacrifice and overwhelming support. Together, we are working to make Seabreeze a model community that meets the needs of all its residents. I am deeply grateful to all the civic groups and the corporate and nonprofit partners, such as the Fox Foundation and others, who have assisted and supported our efforts to improve the quality of life for residents of Seabreeze. Thank you for your commitment to giving back to Bahamian communities. Madam Speaker, I have been charged by the Cabinet of the Bahamas to chair the commission to coordinate the events and activities to celebrate our independence. Thank you, Prime Minister Davis and all cabinet ministers for entrusting me and the creative team of professionals to deliver celebratory world-class events and cultural experiences. The nation is fast approaching its 49th annual independence celebration. This year, the activities associated with this national observance will once again be impacted by the ongoing global pandemic, as no government can afford to be careless with the lives and health of the Bahamian people. This year's celebrations of our 49th independence will be the first time since the onset of the pandemic that we will be able to hold face-to-face, in-person events. Given the various traumas of recent years and the aspirations for next year's celebrations, we think that this year's celebrations should go back to the fundamentals. By this, I am speaking to re-emphasize of a shared Bahamian experience. It is a call back to the love and unity all Bahamians felt as the aquamarine, gold and black, flew over Clifford Park the very first time. The same love and unity Timothy Gibson referenced in the words of our Bahamian national anthem. with expressions of that love and unity. We want to start to heal the divisions currently being expressed and experienced throughout our society, as well as remind ourselves of the fundamental progress that independence brought to the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, we are still in difficult times, and despite the relief which this administration has brought during these past 8 months of government, many are still struggling to make ends meet. Nevertheless, the people of this Bahamaland have reasons to celebrate our national progress and development. We hope that this year's independence celebrations reignite hope, pride, and optimism for the future of our country as we remind ourselves through our official theme, Proud to be Bahamian. The theme and mantra, Proud to be Bahamian, reflects the momentous achievements of nearly a half-century of growth as a nation. National pride highlights the challenges we have overcome as a tiny nation that has left an indelible mark on the world stage. It reflects the endless brilliance of our golden girls and the indomitable glory of our golden knights. It encompasses the ageless soul of Joseph Spence and the playful rhythms of Blind Blake. National pride harnesses the unparalleled eloquence of Sir Lyndon Pinlin and the pragmatic nationalism of Arthur Hanna. Honorable members, some may argue, given the difficult circumstances of the day, given the hardship still faced by so many Bahamians, that this is not the right time to celebrate anything. I profoundly disagree. Proud to be Bahamian is not a sentiment shared only when times are good. Proud to be Bahamian is not a song we sing when only the sun is shining and the seas are calm. Honorable members, proud to be Bahamian is an anthem that rings out the loudest when the night is dark and we are far from home. Proud to be Bahamian is the battle cry we sound when it seems all is lost. Proud to be Bahamian is the anchor that holds us when pandemics, when economic turndowns, when inflation, when crime, when climate change, and every other storm of life seeks to battle us down and sweep us away. We are still proud to be Bahamian. This July, when we salute each other under the aquamarine gold and black, we are paying tribute to the heroes who have gone before with the simple and eloquent affirmation, proud to be Bahamian. Madam Speaker, planning is already underway to ensure that as we move into the 50th independence celebrations, we have a year's worth of activities across the length and breadth of this beautiful Commonwealth to honor our people, our history, our culture, our progress and ambitions, and our beautiful people. Madam Speaker, as I return to my seat, I reiterate that the New Day budget 2022-2023 reflects the government's serious efforts to reignite the Bahamian economy, to blunt the worst effects of the ongoing cost of living crisis, to continue to manage the pandemic, and ultimately provide a climate of opportunity across the country. Simply put, it is a budget that proves the government's commitment to the Bahamian people. There remains a great deal more to be said with respect to the priorities reflected in the budget, but I am convinced that this budget takes the Bahamas a long way in the right direction. Ultimately, this is why Seabreeze stands with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet in support of this budget as presented to this honorable House as truly the way forward. I once again wish to thank the people of Seabreeze for allowing me this opportunity to stand as their voice and to conduct their business here in the cradle of our nation's democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marathon.
Speaker, good afternoon. With your leave, I would like to table my budget presentation.
Order that the document be brought up.
Thank you.
Order that the document do lie on the table. Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Madam Speaker.
I'm proud of you, man.
Very. Madam Speaker, after that, what can I say? Let me start by saying, Madam Speaker, may the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God, my strength and redeemer. Madam Speaker, today I rise on behalf of the people of Carmichael to lend my support to this New Day budget. In doing so, I must begin by giving thanks to Almighty God, who orders my paths and guides my decisions. God has been so good to me, Madam Speaker. Great is thy faithfulness. I simply can't thank him enough, Madam Speaker. Of my many blessings, I must acknowledge my dear and loving wife, Clara.
That's right.
Let me say, Madam Speaker, before I even go and speak about my wife a bit, let me acknowledge my father-in-law. My mother-in-law is deceased, Frederick Chicken Taylor. Madam Speaker, my father-in-law is one of our national baseball heroes. He played with the Houston Astros. And when his wife became pregnant with my wife, he returned home to be a father to my wife, which is his firstborn, and certainly to his family. And so to you, Frederick Chicken Taylor, I want to thank you for blessing me with a wonderful wife. Oh, in a few short weeks, Madam Speaker, we will be celebrating our 35th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations, Honorable Member. Congratulations.
Madam Speaker, my dear wife. Yes.
I thought she was only 35.
God is good. My dear wife and I, we have three wonderful sons. Keith Jr., who is in my spirit and likeness, 31 years of age. My second son, Dominic, who is in the University of the West Indies, studying biochemistry. And my third son, Nicholas Jr., he's 21 years of age. And my last son was 14 years old, Nicholas. And so, of course, let me tell my wife publicly, if I had to do it again, I will do so. I'll do it again. Of course, Madam Speaker, I must also thank my dear mother, my prayer warrior. And as she has always reminded me, I must always, in all things, give God thanks. And so to you, Mommy, I will always lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help coming from the Lord my God, which made heaven and earth. I wish to thank, Madam Speaker, my entire family, all of my in-laws, and indeed all of my friends Madam Speaker, I wish to pay special attention and congratulations to my niece, Gabrielle Kelson, who graduated from our very own University of the Bahamas with a 4.0 average and a bachelor's degree in primary education, studying to be a teacher, soon to be in the public school system. So congratulations, Gabby, and continue to do well. Madam Speaker, public life is often challenging, and I would not be able to undertake my service to the people of Carmichael and indeed the Bahamas without my family's unwavering support. Madam Speaker, as this is my first budget debate as a substantive minister, it is important for me to point out that my presence here today and my place in the cabinet is due to our leader, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis. He is a true man of the people, Madam Speaker. I have known the Honorable Prime Minister for the better part of my life, and even now, I continue to see more and more examples of his humanity, his humility, his kindness, and his genuine love for people. Some of these actions are public, but much of it is not. As we now endeavor to fulfill our mandate as outlined in our Blueprint for Change, I am proud to serve in his cabinet, along with our deputy leader, my cabinet colleagues, our parliamentary caucus, and all the members on this side within the Progressive Liberal Party. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I neglect to publicly acknowledge and thank the backbone of the Progressive Liberal Party, our many party officers, supporters, and of course, our stalwart councillors. These persons, Madam Speaker, unselfishly give of their time and effort day in and day out, seeking little or no reward. They are committed to building our nation, and we are here today because we stood on their shoulders. They are our unsung heroes, and on behalf of all of us that sit on this side, we thank each of you, Cyprian Kananam. Madam Speaker, the good people of Carmichael elected me to this place as a part of a great wave that brought the Progressive Liberal Party to power. The victory in Carmichael was not a foregone conclusion, and there will be much analysis as to the reason for the change in government. Madam Speaker, whilst it will be for the historians to determine the cause of the wave, one consistent theme was noted as I campaigned: disappointment and disbelief. Madam Speaker, it is important for the public to be appraised of the actions of persons who now seek to distance themselves for actions which they either approved or had the legal authority to otherwise agree. Madam Speaker, as I've now had an opportunity to see some of the actions which were undertaken, I can say that even with my incredibly low expectations of the former administration, I was still very disappointed and remain in disbelief as to the irresponsible, cold, and heartless actions undertaken. I think, Madam Speaker, I had to think long, and I had to pray, and pray, and pray again before I determined the direction in which my contribution today would be meaningful. I came here today with a heavy heart, Madam Speaker, a heavy heart because the former administration, who uttered all manner of evil against this side, came in on a trust agenda, an agenda that they said were founded on principles of trust, transparency, and accountability. But instead,
Honourable Member, stop the clock, please. The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Madam Speaker, I think the language being used by the member for Carmichael is most unparliamentary. He talked about evil. I don't believe that that is parliamentary. If you wish to accept it, we will gladly return the same sentiments and we could itemize. We do not believe that it's appropriate for the parliament. It doesn't advance the discussion or the debate. We'd ask that he withdraw what he has mentioned, or he could certainly, lay out the case and we can go back and forth on it. Wasn't talking to you, young man.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Carmichael.
I didn't know you were in the peanut gallery.
Madam Speaker, as I indicated, they came in on an agenda that they said were founded on principles of trust, transparency, and accountability. But instead, the Bahamian people were taken on a ride like the pirate ship and had to just simply get off. Madam Speaker, let me say.
The chair recognizes the honourable.
On the floor, I would appreciate if the point of order would be addressed, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Carmichael.
I will, Madam Speaker, withdraw the use of the word evil.
Thank you,
if it would
honourable member.
appease the honourable leader on the other side. But Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, what we are doing here in this house today, Madam Speaker, is very important. We must all, Madam Speaker, account for our stewardship. Yes. And today, while our focus are on our projections and plans as outlined in our blueprint for change and this budget, the former administration must be held to account. And Madam Speaker, let me say, I have listened attentively to everything that is being said by all of the members on this side, and there'll be a whole lot more to be said. Yes. I don't necessarily think, Madam Speaker, that I need to go any further, because I think that, I would submit, Madam Speaker, that all of the persons on this side, all of the honorable members, outlined our plans eloquently. However, Madam Speaker, there comes a time for report card. The former administration, this is your time for you now to produce your report card. And this is what the exercise is about here today in part. Madam Speaker, from May 2017 to September, the combined budget of the Free National Movement was in the billions. I mean, we've been spending billions of dollars. The question that we must now ask is, how was that money spent over that period of time? Was there fiscal responsibility? In this context, I reviewed the GFS deficit between the years 2017 and 2021. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to break it down for the public to understand. For me and my financial affairs, my philosophy is very simple. My philosophy is this. If your outcome exceeds your income, then your upkeep becomes your downfall. So I'm not going to necessarily focus on the revenue so much, Madam Speaker. I want to break down this GFS, this government financial statistics deficit. GFS. Now, public, I want you to know this GFS. So what I did was, and I'm going to come to this side, but let me just bear for a moment. So the GFS, this is the GFS, right? The government financed the statement of deficit. And what it does, Madam Speaker, is that this is when you actually look at the recurrent expenditure plus your capital expenditure, and then you subtract what the revenue is, you get this what is here. So in essence, let me break it down for all of us to understand. If you make $1,000 a month, and you have to pay your rent or your mortgage, and that is $800. That is a recurrent expenditure. You have to pay that every month. Then you may have a capital expenditure. You may have to buy a new car, your car gone. So now you have to spend $500 a month. That is a capital expenditure. So when you add the $800 a month, plus your $500 a month, what do you get? $1,300. But if your income, your revenue is only $1,000 a month, 1,000 minus $1,300 leave you with what? Negative $300. Well, this is what this figure here represents in terms of the government. So for 2017 to 2018, there was a deficit of $415 million. This is important. In 2018 to 2019, it declined to $215 million. Now, the reason for that decline was, you would all recall, is that they went up on VAT. But, of course, in 2019 and 2020, it went up by $799 million. And, of course, we could say that was due to the hurricane. Then, of course, in 2020 to 2021, because of the pandemic, it went up to $1.348 billion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want all of us, Madam Speaker.
May I be pleased to that?
Yes. Madam Speaker. See, Madam Speaker, see, I don't necessarily need, Madam Speaker, I don't necessarily need to get through my entire budget presentation. In as much as it is important for the Bahamian people to fully understand and appreciate what it is we do in this honorable chamber, what we do as a government, what our responsibilities are. What is important, Madam Speaker, here is that the former administration increased our deficit by 25% of our total debt in our 49-year history. So of our total national debt, in 4 years, the former administration is responsible for 25% in our 49-year history as an independent nation. 2 years of no work. So, if you look at the figure at the bottom, that is $2.777 billion. That's 25% of our entire national debt. Now, the fact of the matter is, this is significant because this never happened in our 49-year history as an independent nation. The people have to fully understand this. You have to understand this because when the people elect us as a government, they elect us and we then becomes the trustees, the guardians of future generations to come. If we do not exercise a very high degree of due diligence, I'm using that, I've used it some more. If we don't exercise a high degree of due diligence, you're going to see it some more. It's inside your budget. If you have your budget, you could go in there. The figures are in there as well. That's where I pull them from. But the fact is, if we don't exercise a high degree of due diligence and fiscal prudence, then we are binding future generations unborn.
Oh my God. Wow.
I would submit, Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is, I would submit that the $2.777 billion that we face today, in part, is attributed to the hurricane. It was a devastating hurricane. And yes, in part, it was attributed to the COVID-19. But the question remains, how much more of that money is attributed to mismanagement, abuse by the former administration? I will now go down that road with you.
Put my seatbelt on. This is the road I want. Keep going.
Slockness.
Madam Speaker, I can speak of these figures, and I would submit that there is no reasonable excuse that the former administration can give, because in just 9 months in coming into office, we have been able to turn around the economy. Wow. We can indicate that we have revenue in excess of $800 million, $836 million to be exact. Now, we are not out of the woodworks here. That's right. We're still in the woods. Yep. We still have plenty of work to do. But if we are able to turn around the economy in 9 months, and remember, Madam Speaker, and the Bahamian people will remember, when the former administration was ushered into office, they came in an economy which was very strong, a very strong economy. Now, it was because of their policies and their deliberate actions that caused a significant decline in revenue. They were the ones who dismantled the Revenue Enhancement Unit. They did that. They did that. Despite the advice of professionals from the Ministry of Finance, they dismantled the unit. Dismantled it. It is because of that very same unit today, the re-emergence, the re-establishment of that unit, we are now witnessing an increase, a tightening of the belt. And therefore, the former administration must be held to account for all of this billions of dollars that they spend. Madam Speaker, we suffered from the destructive policies of the FNM, and in particular, the arbitrary actions of the competent authority in constantly shutting down the country. Our reality is not that of the United States or other superpowers. We cannot simply print money or borrow unlimited funds. Our economy could not have afforded the callous actions taken by the Minister administration. As we all know, and remains, growth is key. Yeah. That is why, Madam Speaker, on September 16th, 2021, the Bahamian people tell them, get out. And stay out. I've listened, Madam Speaker, to the debates for the last, I've been here for the last few, from we started, and the honorable leader of the opposition has continuously rose to his feet on what he called points of order. And I don't think we got through him, Madam Speaker. And so today I intend to kill two birds with one stone. First of all, I think you can't put it through words, you gotta put it through poetry. And secondly, I want to honor a great Bahamian poet who died December 21st last year, Dr.
Members.
Sorry. Dr. Susan Wallace. You know, Madam Speaker, she wrote a poem entitled Brogodon Bam, Get Out. And I want to honor her and my primary school teachers. Madam Speaker, she said, and this is what the Bahamian people did with the Free National Movement on September 16, 2021. Brogodon Bam! Get out! The likes of you, I could do proud. I tell you, cook stew, you're cooking sauce. Who is the mister in this house? And in 1 week, 4 years, you could finish ironing for holding your back and groaning and sighing. The house he never finished cleaning. What the devil you think you're meaning?
What you mean?
Get out. Get out. For through this time, and even if I had it, I wouldn't give you one dime. Lamadi Islam door shut. Not a halfway made Mizani could get. That was the 8 and 30 days, and everybody had their nasty ways. What she gonna do, she done it yet. What she better know for the sun done set, because she gotta go to her work next day, or the end of the week, she ain't got no pay. So they looking again, a good leader to find. If they find one of them, God knows it's a sign. That was Dr. Susan Wallace. May her soul rest in peace.
Honorable member, you passed that class.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member.
appropriate time, Madam Speaker, to ask for an extension of the hour beyond 7 o'clock on this night.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of this house proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this house will proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour. Brigham Bram.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, you know, the leader of the Bishop he may come back with man still standing. The only problem is he's standing on that side.
Don't put another dime in their hand.
All the birds, one stone.
But Madam Speaker, going back on a more serious note now, because we're dealing with the country's finances here.
That's right.
When we speak of the disappointment and disbelief, you know, we listen to the other side seeking to defend the indefensible. And so it would perhaps be appropriate for me to demonstrate by a few examples while I make these statements regarding the lack of fiscal prudence by the former administration. Madam Speaker, in a short year of becoming the government of the Bahamas, the former administration introduced the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2018. Section 6 of the act provides, let me go to section 6. Section 6 of the act provides, the general principles of responsible fiscal management are A, accountability, which means the Prime Minister, the Minister, all other ministers, and the heads of local government are accountable to Parliament for the way the government and local governments respectively carry out their responsibilities with respect to managing fiscal policies. B, intergenerational equity, that's fairness, which means the management of fiscal policies of the government shall be conducted in a manner that takes into account the impact of the welfare of the current population and future generations. C, responsibility, which means the management of public assets and liabilities, including natural resources and physical risks, such as conducted to maintain fiscal and environmental sustainability. D, stability, which means fiscal policy shall be conducted in a manner that does not cause destabilizing changes in the macroeconomic and fiscal indications. E, transparency, which means the roles and responsibilities of all government entities, public officials, and public office holders with respect to the management of fiscal policy are clearly established and defined. E, Roman numeral 2, timely financial and non-financial information. 3, public officials and public office holders should, when lawfully required, provide financial and other performance information. And F, inclusive growth, which means economic growth that benefits the whole population. The key word there is the whole population. Madam Speaker, it is against this backdrop that the former administration must be held to account. There was little or no accountability. little or no responsibility, little or no stability, no transparency, and of course, no inclusiveness. Everything, Madam Speaker, that the former administration grilled the Christie Davis administration over the coal, they breached and violated. Madam Speaker, on the 1st of March 2020, the former Minister of Finance in this House said, "My job as the Minister of Finance is to keep the government's fiscal house in order and to do what is necessary to secure the economy today and for our children and grandchildren tomorrow." And I have a copy of his presentation given in 2020, Madam Speaker. He went on to say, the PLP should take note of the new standard. There will be no going back to the days of secrecy and mismanagement. Madam Speaker, this follows various pronouncements from the most honorable member of Kalani that his government would be open, transparent, incorruptible, and financially prudent. Madam Speaker, talk, however, is cheap. Over the past months, Madam Speaker, and even just last week, the honorable member for Mount Moriah outlined various concerns in relation to the spending at the Public Beaches and Parks Authority. These statements have been incredible as they suggest spending with reckless abandonment. In response to this, the honorable member for St. Barnabas and deputy leader of the Free National Movement said, and I have the paper article just to quote him, we can play games all we want.
Honorable member, are you adopting the article?
I certainly am, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
We can play games all we want. Let's not insult the Bahamian people. We all know what happens at the Bahamas Beaches and Park Authority relative to the programs there, and we are operating as if we don't know. He went on to say, a lot of the monies has gone towards political patronage. Now, some of these words, Madam Speaker, I think may have flown over some of our heads, but we need to make sure we understand the seriousness of what is being said. Madam Speaker, as if that was not shocking enough, the most honorable member for Kalani went further in his government's actions by saying, these are individuals from Baintown, Centerville, all over. Madam Speaker, and I'm quoting him, as a compassionate prime minister, I send those individuals to beaches and parks and tell them they must find something for them because we cannot have individuals who cannot take care of themselves. Madam Speaker, I have, again, the newspaper article, and I'm adopting this as my own.
So he says cronyism.
Now, Madam Speaker, I have here with me a copy of the Public and Beaches Park Authority Act, the legislation, 2014. Now, I have read this act.
Honorable member, for my edification, would you label those documents?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Honorable
Everything's going to be laid, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, I have read the Bahamas Public and Beaches Park Authority Act 2014 from cover to cover. And I have found no single provision that empowers a prime minister to send any individual to beaches and parks and tell them they must find something for them to do. Not a single provision. Indeed, the suggestion that the government, any government, can be run in such a way is insulting to the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, what I find interesting is I do not recall the Parks Authority or the Honorable Member for Kalani ever advising the public that no bid contracts were being dished out to anyone at the Parks Authority. I know of thousands who too were struggling and would have welcomed the opportunity to have received one such contract. Moreover, what was the basis of the contracts being issued unto whom? Was there an assessment of need, of qualification, or was it like it was said by the member of St. Barnabas, a tool of political patronage. What is it?
Thank you very much. Listen,
The chair recognized the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you, honorable member, very much. Madam Speaker, first let me just say.
Honorable member, is this a point of order?
Yes, point of clarity, Madam Speaker.
Point of clarity. Okay, thank you.
I would have said, thank you for yielding, honorable member. I would have said in this House, okay, that we are very proud of the fact that from 2014, when the authority was started under the Progressive Liberal Party, it has helped thousands of hardworking, poor, hardworking people. During the COVID, this has helped a lot of people, okay? So we don't run from that. The point that I wish to make in terms of, the honorable member talked about and I did say political patronage, and I did say it's important not to insult the Bahamian people. I am clarifying because this is important. The reason why I said that is this, because the point I made is that there's an aspect of the program where, since we like to go there, that recommendations from members of parliament, okay, we all see, this is what I'm saying. The recommendations from members of parliament, every single one in here, please, and I'm not saying anything is sinister about it, it's a program where the persons who get recommended, members of parliament, get to recommend who gets those contracts. So my point is this, that's the way the program works, that's the way it worked under the PLP. That's the way it worked under the PLP. I'm gonna let you finish now, honorable member. That's the way it worked under the PLP and the F&M. So when I say political patronage, so what happens when members of parliament, get to decide who makes recommendations? That's the point. So come on. So come on. Come on, members. Right now. Hold on. No, Madam Speaker. Hold on, man. No. See. Carmichael, and I'm standing here sincerely, and I'm giving a very genuine answer. The honorable member, who's very honorable, asked the question. I respect him highly. I'm standing here to give a sincere response. I'm not suggesting the program is illegal or sinister, but the program was running from 2014, heavily weighted on who members of parliament recommend. So the point about the political patronage, So the point about the political patronage, all I'm just saying, what do you think happens in a program where members of parliament get to recommend? Yeah, if you're in the governing party, you will probably recommend some people from the other side. That's the only point that I've made. Agreed. That's the only point I made, honorable member. Thank you.
Honorable member.
That's the only point.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Madam Speaker, I can appreciate where the honorable member of St. Barnabas is going, but I want Bahamian people to fully understand and appreciate the level, the depth, and what really transpired. And I am about to go down there in a moment. Just give me a minute. So it's beyond political patronage. Madam Speaker, in response to the honorable member for St. Barnabas, I then raised the issue. There are these curious contracts outside the Beaches and Park Authority, which were issued by personnel previously based in the office of the Prime Minister on behalf of the Beaches and Park Authority. Now, so we have a piece of legislation which sets out the authority. We have a chairman, and as I made to understand from the honorable member from Mount Moriah, and of course the honorable member from St. Barnabas, contracts that fall under the purview of the Beaches and Park Authority are issued by the Beaches and Park Authority, not by a photographer. Now I'm going to be very careful, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to table this.
Yes, honorable member.
So, Madam Speaker, for me, it gets a bit muddy. I don't think this has anything for me in my view, and I submit, have nothing to do with political patronage. That's the difference. I'm talking to the chair. I'm talking to you too. I'm going to come to you in a minute. Because, and just since you made that comment, let me just say, if I can find well, I know the article. Article 72 of the Constitution talks about there shall be a cabinet of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and there's collective responsibility. As members opposite sat in the cabinet, I'm holding all of them responsible. Answers though. Yes. There's collective responsibility here. Yes? I ain't going further than that. But let me go back to the point I'm making here. So, we have contracts issued outside of the Beaches and Park Authority on behalf of the Beaches and Park Authority out of the office of the Honorable Prime Minister. There are fundamental questions, Madam Speaker, in the interest of public importance that we, the Bahamian people, must know. We must have the answers. What was the process of issuing contracts? Who issued these contracts? Was it under the authority of the competent authority?
Yeah, that's a good one.
And so when the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas made some statements earlier in this honorable place, it led me to believe, Honorable Madam Speaker, that, as he said, it was above it, I think, not to use his words, just paraphrase, it's above his pay grade. I leave that there, but Madam Speaker, I'm going to table the contract at some point when I'm finished. Madam Speaker, one should not only look at the contracts which are issued outside of the office of the Prime Minister, but look at the amounts for them. Some of these contracts, Madam Speaker, were for amounts that exceeded the salaries of more than 50% of our public service. Now, 2,800? 2,800 per month. Yeah. Half our public service, man, we just trying to deal with minimum wage. I'm the Minister of Labor, I come into that. Right? We still have people in the public service who are on contracts we trying to deal with. Yes? We're trying to up their pay, and people were being issued with contracts. They're issuing contracts. Madam Speaker. And even some of the areas are questionable, Madam Speaker. But again, I will leave it there. Madam Speaker, I do not make these statements as an attack in any way, but rather as an inquiry. Having made the statements which they have made, we must ask, is this how the former administration ran the government? No process, no rules, no accountability? Madam Speaker, recently I have seen, and I have it here, Madam Speaker, recently I have seen, and I have it here to table, if needed, an invoice for an ambassador's residence undertaken during the last administration's term in office. And I wonder if the purchases were governed by the same process. Remember when I held this figure up? Let's go back to this for a moment. Right? Now, we jumped from, in 2018, where there was a decline, up to $215 million in deficit because of the increase in VAT. We jumped to $799 million in 2020, and it skyrocketed to $1.348 billion, which for a grand total of $2.777 billion. I am submitting, Madam Speaker, given the contracts that I have in my possession, that in many respects, some of the deficit is attributed not to genuine cases relating to COVID or the hurricane, but mismanagement, abuse by the former administration. Madam Speaker, I am a simple man. My wife and I are from a humble background, and I will admit that my familiarity with exquisite furnishings is limited. So I ask this question to those more familiar with this area. Why would the government need to purchase, and let me get it right, I have my glasses, a desert modern upholstered queen-size bed covered in Chambly damask white orchard print fabric at a cost of approximately $12,000.
Honorable member.
A Duke.
Honorable member.
I'm going to table this, Madam Speaker.
You said a bed?
A bed. This is a desert modern this is one item. Upholstered queen-size bed covered in Chambly damask white orchard print fabric at $12,000. Madam Speaker, let me say
Honorable members,
we have to put this, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, there's a member on the floor. There's a member on the floor.
Madam Speaker, I'm coming tomorrow. I'm laying this. I am absolutely laying everything.
Honorable member.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable member.
Yes.
What ministry was the bed bought for? For the Bahamian people.
Madam Speaker, this is going to be laid at the table. Let me go further. You see, I want to go back. Madam Speaker, I was very clear at the beginning that the honorable member for Kalani, and unfortunately he's not here today, but he came in indicating that it was an incorruptible government, came in on an agenda for trust, and they were accountable, transparent, and was prudent in the people's finances. But how could he, Madam Speaker, justify then the purchase of a Duke polished steel mirror for $14,000? A mirror.
Stop the clock, please.
Yes. You want a copy of this while I talk?
The chair recognizes Kalani. Marcos,
lay on the table. I think the speaker asked a wonderful question.
Yes.
Which ministry, which department it was, so that you're able to lay it? Because we are interested. There are many ambassadors, and under you all have quadrupled it. So I'm asking which ministry and which department, so that we are able. No, this is not we're going to get to it. We're not going to go past it. No, sir. So if an assertion is being made, we just would like you to lay it. Indicate which ministry, just so that we could follow the record. Because we are as anxious as you are.
Thank you, Marcos Tiddy. You may continue, Carmichael.
Madam Speaker, let me say, I'm taking baby steps as I go down. First thing I said, there is collective.
You said a $14,000 mirror?
Yes, get voice, Madam Speaker.
And a $12,000 bed.
I'm laying the document. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. An ambassador's residence. Yes. All of these. Hold on. Madam Speaker, may I?
Honorable members, Speaker, allow the member to present.
Let me present.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marcos.
Madam Speaker, we are, those of us unfamiliar with what the member is saying, are as anxious to learn as others in this place. No member has the right to assert accusations in a presentation without any verification for it and to move on. And so all we are asking is, as he asserts, as he makes an accusation, he is duty bound to lay it so that the rest of us can examine it. Other than that, no, just pause for a moment for those who are, no. Other than that, whenever we make presentations, we would expect the same latitude, Madam Speaker, where for 2 hours we can drip accusations without indicating which department and who is responsible for what you're saying. So this isn't, so we are interested, just like you, in finding out, because we're unfamiliar. We'd appreciate if you'd indicate as you go, lay the document so we can have access to it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And Honorable Member, I see you're itemizing. So
yes, yes. This is all, yes, Madam Speaker. And again,
the House.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
So this is important, I believe, Madam Speaker. I can do one of several things. I can do one of several things. Either, watch my clock. Either I can, let me follow on. Madam Speaker, I can do one of several things. I am trying in the interest of time.
Yes.
As opposed to going and looking at a number of these contracts and a number of things, I am just identifying a contract in different areas to indicate that the former administration, who indicated that they were government of transparency, accountability, and that they were ensuring that they ran a very tight and a strong and a good ship, that in all of a number of areas, ministries, areas, that there were fundamental breaches. So I am going through, let's speak to the chair, please. I am going through.
Honorable Member. Let me
finish.
Honorable
I'm
Member.
going to let the document. I know it's at the end.
Honorable Member.
What am I doing?
The member has indicated, the Honorable Member has indicated that he will lay documents. Honorable Member. You may complete.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I will lay the document at the end. All of my documents. You want me to lay the document now? I can do it. No, I can do it. Because there can be more. The more they provoke, the more they can get.
Honorable members. The Honorable Member for Marcos City, the member has indicated that he is still utilizing the document. When he is completed with the document, he will lay those documents at the courtesy of when he is completed. Thank you, Honorable Member. He was on the fact that he was going down a line of items. He was on the bedroom set, he was on the mirror, and I will allow him to continue. And that's for my edification and the edification of the public. Thank you, Honorable Member. I am indicating that the member will lay those documents for all of us, and it will become public records. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam.
Continue, Honorable Member.
So, Madam Speaker, I will lay the document, but for completeness, right? This is, Madam Speaker, this is for the purchase of furniture for one apartment of one ambassador appointed under the former administration. And Madam Speaker, what is significant about this, and the reason why I chose to use this, is because this was done at a time when behemoths losing their jobs, had to pull their children out of university, lost their homes, had nothing to eat, was in the dark, no water, had to go to the pump, was arrested by the police while he was going to the pump, was convicted. Now we have to clean up all of the mess. We have to clean it up. Madam President, wait till I get to the point where persons who they put in immigration, and several of them had convictions, COVID convictions, and it says you can't come into public service, you have convictions. But because of the Prime Minister, he tells us correct the wrong. I come into that, so just bear with me. Watch the clock for me. But since the Honorable Her Majesty's official opposition insisted. Let me just go through this contract, Madam Speaker. I was trying to be good and just point out the mirror for $14,000 and the rug. There's a rug for $19,000. Madam President, I ain't get.
Honorable members.
Yes, Madam President, and I get to the part where they decided to stay in the hotel while they renovate at $20,000 a month. See, you got to be fair. You know, and at the end, I said, at the end, I have, as a good Catholic. And, you got to say, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. No, Lord, I got it. But, Madam President, I had to pray about this. Because you see, what they did, they pushed us and former administrations, both PLP and FNM, so far back. They pushed us far back with this debt. You see this? $2.777 billion. Huh? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are and how much money you get. Who purchases a mirror for $14,000 or a rug for $19,000? Who does that? Who does that? Yes, I have it. You can imagine that? I know Central Grandmama, you know this could be, I mean, I know you don't know, but I'm just saying, let's be realistic here. Madam President, Madam Speaker, sorry. The individual under the former administration started with the entrance foyer, spent $10,000 on a mahogany scroll. I tell you, I made sure, I was very clear. Put on your mask. I was very clear. I ain't know what expected for any change. So you gotta help me with this. But this is what it is. Purchased the polished mirror.
Honorable member.
Purchased the polished mirror for $14,000. This is the foyer area now. Purchased a lamp for $2,000. Then went to the entry, the first area. When you come through the foyer, you get to the front room. Purchased a cream-colored table for $5,000. A sofa for $14,500. A lamp for $3,000. Then they went to the bedroom. Want to get bedroom one? Purchase a bed. Now, this ain't the bedroom set. Thank you. No, it's just a bed. The bed for $8,737. The cocktail, no, this Ralph Lauren. Let's talk price down. Ralph Lauren, play that here. Purchase a cocktail table at $9,000. Another table for $14,300. A brass and quartz shade for $7,800. And just go on and on. And this rug, this Harper rug, Harper Franklin blue rug for $18,475. Then they go into the dining room. Now, Madam Speaker, let me say, right? In my former life as a policeman and in my former years as a minister, I've had the opportunity to travel and visit a number of the homes for the ambassadors and a number of the embassies. And we take care of our ambassadors. Yeah. If you go to them homes, you don't need to do nothing in them, so there's no need to renovate or change up nothing. Yeah. Right? Where's the house? Now? So, I can talk to you one-on-one. In the dining room, the dining room table was $9,000. That ain't the chairs. The chairs, the two chairs and chairs was $6,000 each. The two end chairs and the middle chairs was $39,000. I'm making this point because, Madam Speaker, when you look comparatively, the opposition has consistently in this place talk about our travel. But each time we travel, we brought business back. The Honorable Prime Minister talked. The Honorable Prime Minister spoke, and I sit in the cabinet with my colleagues, and we all know, the Bahamas know, that we have brought in excess of $2 billion in investments in this country from these travels. And let me tell you something, and ladies and gentlemen, Bahamians, Madam Speaker, let me say, we talk about these travels, but please, for God's sake, don't miss the point. I just came back from Africa, the Republic of Africa. I've been very far. It took me 2 days to get there and 2 days to get back. But let me tell you, I went to Africa on an ILO, call it whatever you want. I went to South Africa. When I went there, Madam Speaker, let me just put this in proper context for these travels, and they're important. And not just for the PLP, but also the Free National Movement too when you're the government. So don't undermine and try and take cheap shots because the Bahamian people understand what is going on. We don't live in that Nassau, Bahamas no more. We live in Nassau, the global village, Bahamas. That's where we live. And so when we sit here and we don't travel, you have the other Caribbean nations seeking to get on these boards, seeking to head these international organizations, and they're bringing resources to their country. So we need to travel and make sure we get on board and we take our place in the United Nations, in the OAS, in the ILO, and all of these organizations. But Madam President, Madam Speaker, let me say this. When I went to Africa, and we went there on a trip for the International Labour Organization, and we signed on a convention to eliminate child labor by the year 2023. There's 120 million children who are involved in child labor. When the Minister of Education for Africa and the President presented, he said he wanted to put it in context of the 60 million children which are involved in child labor in Africa. He said that you have to understand the historical context. Because of apartheid, the children in Africa has been disadvantaged from birth. Well, I was able to stand up, Madam Speaker, having traveled there and said, Mr. President, Mr. Minister of Education of Africa, let me say, it was the Bahamas, Sir Lyndon Oscar Penland. Remember? In 1985, in the Nassau Accords, this is before a delegation of 2,000 people from countries all around the world. And I can say, in Nassau, our Prime Minister led the charge to free Mandela and ensured that the Commonwealth nations issued the strongest forms of sanctions against the government of Africa, which resulted in the end of apartheid and the freeing or the releasing of Nelson Mandela. Remember that? When you hear the Honorable Member for Angleston talk about our core values as a people, going back to our roots, this is where I was able to stand as a proud Bahamian, stand for something. But I had to travel there. We had to travel there. So, Madam Speaker, let me get back on track here now with this thing. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, some 644,161 euros or $550,000 was furnished, was paid.
Euros, it's more dollars.
Was spent to furnish just one apartment. More than $500,000. It's now one apartment. So, Madam Speaker, what we have is we have the contracts coming out of the Beach and Parks Authority, which were issued out of the Office of the Prime Minister. We now have the indiscriminate, callous, hemorrhage of the public purse of over $500,000, and coupled with the monies that was spent, and the hotel is over $1 million.
Wow. Which country?
This is the Bahamas money. There's one public place. One public place. It's a European country. You'll get it. European country. Yes. Madam Speaker, I raise this issue today as throughout this debate, members on this side have had to sit in complete shock and disbelief as members opposite present an alternate reality divorced from their decisions. Indeed, they come to this House, admit that they have disregarded laws and processes, and seek to be celebrated for their actions. And don't forget, Madam Speaker, the $807,755.81 and the $290,903.44 for a grand total of $1,098,659.31 spent on foreign lawyers in the failed prosecution of members on this side. Wow. Don't forget it.
That's serious. Bunch of money.
$1,098,659.31. Laws ignored, policies ignored, and the response is indifference or worse.
And they won't lecture us.
Madam Speaker.
Qualified to lecture, man.
It is indeed unfortunate that all this money was spent by the former administration and they cannot point to one significant achievement or accomplishment after spending billions of dollars. No new homes. And again, let me just make this point. It's important, Madam Speaker, that the people understand. It wasn't that they didn't build no homes, you know. It wasn't that they didn't build no homes. The honorable member for Kalani got up in this honorable house and said it was their policy not to build no homes. It was their policy. They wasn't going to build no homes. He said that in here. I have it, and it's in the Hansard. That was the policy. That's why they didn't build no homes. So it wasn't that they couldn't build. They made a deliberate and calculated decision that they wasn't building no homes. So the question remains then, who were they a government for? Certainly can't be the poor.
You say $1 million in Europe? I'm not sure.
Wow.
They can't point to no new highways or byways. No new substantial, significant infrastructure in the province or on our family islands. They can't point to nothing. They can't point to nothing. Every previous administration, PLP and FNM alike, up to the minister administration, could point to something substantive. Something.
Domes and trailers.
But there's nothing. Nothing. I challenge any member on that side.
Domes and trailers, I tell you.
This is the time to get up on a point of order. Can't get up.
Domes and trailers.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Good. So thank you for yielding, honorable member. I'm particularly interested at the end of the discussion to see the list that you gave. If those figures are as they are outrageous to me, and I'm sure they are to my colleagues on this side. But to the point that you made in terms of what is the infrastructural works that were done, I think all of us are fully aware that bridges have been built on multiple islands in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during our administration. Roads have in fact also been constructed. So we will go ahead and lay for you the capital works that were in fact carried out. So it is absolutely erroneous when you say nothing was done. And so we'll table for you the list of infrastructural works and the corresponding costs. But I want the public to know that that is an erroneous claim.
Thank you, honorable member.
Billion seawall or building no thing. You spend billions of dollars, man.
Honorable member.
Substantive.
Honorable member.
There's no point of order.
Honorable member.
One member on the floor. Let me tell you
one member.
Yeah, I said, no,
One member.
I'm going to clarify. I'm very clear. I speak very succinctly.
That's right,
When I speak of, I said any substantive. I could recall when the Honorable Hubert Ingram first came in, between 92 and so, when he came in. When I talk about substantive infrastructure or change or development,
Unremarkable.
he is responsible and he is credited for building the roads. You can't take that from him. He get that. You can't take from Sir Lyndon Pinlin, the Defense Force, National Insurance, College of the Bahamas, and you could, I mean, just take whatever you want to talk. Perry Christie, Bombsy. Maybe talk about food security. You know today, Madam Speaker, on this point. Today, Madam Speaker, let me say, we talk about food security.
Honorable member, yes. Allow me to identify you, please.
I can finish it tonight.
And what is your point of order?
Point of order is he has put on the record something that is inaccurate. Your point is, and I would like you to narrow the focus of what you're saying or make the point and lay the documents to show we have done nothing. I'm saying to you, we built roads, we built bridges, we built seawalls. So that's nonsense. That's nonsense to say. It's nonsense to say that no major capital works have been done. That's the point I'm making. I just want to put that on the record. It is untrue. The first part of what you raised, we do not take issue. Would you just be quiet and let me finish the point? So I'm saying.
Honorable member.
No, I have a right to say. Just let him slow his roll. Slow your roll. So the point is, the items that you mentioned relative to what occurred in Europe, if those figures are correct, I cannot think of a logical explanation to justify those costs. But in terms of the body of work of what has been carried out by this administration in infrastructural work, it is to the tunes of tens of millions, and we'll lay those documents for you. That's the point I'm making.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may continue, Honorable Member.
May I continue, Madam Speaker? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll move on from all of that. Madam Speaker, the reality is the decisions made by the former administration have been costly, very costly. We must now grow and build and develop to pay for the $18,000 beds and the $19,000 rugs. The contracts issued at or by the directive of the competent authority, and of course, we have to now seek to grow and build our economy to pay for all those sidewalks to nowhere. I leave it there for now, Madam Speaker, and I move on now. It's a new day. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Labor and Immigration, I remain steadfast in my commitment to do all that is in my power to assist and empower workers in this country and to ensure that we have a safe and stable industrial climate. With that in mind, I wish to offer my sincere congratulations to the workers and labor leaders in this country who, in spite of inclement weather, staged a successful and safe Labor Day march. I thank the Honorable Minister of Health and his fine team at the Ministry of Health for finding a way to safely have the parade, as opposed to times past when the only answer seemed to be locked down. Oh, what a difference a day makes. Madam Speaker, I was honored to be joined by the workers and labor leaders of this country, along with our very own Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, and fellow parliamentarians in the march which pays tributes to workers and honors our country's national heroes and freedom fighters. Madam Speaker, today, as we review the fiscal landscape of the Bahamas, we must acknowledge that the world economy remains in a vulnerable place. The COVID-19 pandemic launched an assault on our healthcare system and economy, which will take years, if not decades, to recover. Madam Speaker, in addition to the tenuous recovery from the pandemic, we now have to also bear the crises of inflation triggered by a faraway war and supply chain demands. The times are challenging. However, we have a government which is headed by a leader which is prepared for the challenges. And this budget, Madam Speaker, is a manifestation of that. This is a progressive, all-encompassing budget that focuses on people. The programs being introduced are geared towards improving the socioeconomic development of the masses, rather than just a few to support us growing ourselves out of the economic crisis. Madam Speaker, this approach is key as fundamentally it is the only way we can maintain and improve our quality of life. We must grow, 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 and not simply tax, tax, tax. This is why our Honorable Prime Minister has disclosed, Madam President, in excess of $2 billion in investments. Madam Speaker, the spin-off effect of this is that all of our constituencies, not just some, all of our constituencies will benefit. And Carmichael, like many other places, needs this growth. Madam Speaker, Carmichael is one of the largest constituencies in the country. The residents are proud and independent and has demonstrated to both political parties that Carmichael demand and insist on good governance. Madam Speaker, the good people of Carmichael who sent me here to represent them they demand good governance. I am acutely aware that to the degree I fail to meet their expectations, I, like others before me, will have to account. There is much work to be done, and I am pleased to report that because of my fine team, Carmichael, we have hit the ground running right after our election victory. I thank each member of my team and your families for enabling me to serve in this place. I pray God's blessings on each of you. Our blueprint for change and our Carmichael 8-point plan sets out an ambitious but achievable goal, and we have already begun to demonstrate our ability to deliver on our promises. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding my work in Cabinet and at the Ministry of Labor and Immigration, Carmichael remains at the forefront of my focus. I continue to host my weekly meetings with constituents, both in person and remotely. Dozens of requests of various degrees are received and addressed weekly. I continue to receive a significant number of WhatsApp and text messages and calls daily, and I continue to do my absolute best to respond to all of them. I answer my phone. Madam Speaker, our pop-up market in Carmichael provides fresh, quality produce to Carmichael and all of these constituencies in New Providence. They come from all over to Carmichael now for the fresh fruits and vegetables in our pop-up market every week. We have undertaken the long overdue cleanup of the retention pond and Flamingo Garden Park. We have planted native trees. We have cleaned up the entire Carmichael community, Madam Speaker, and I must say that we have removed all but 4 derelict vehicles from the Carmichael constituency. All the derelict vehicles are being moved. Madam Speaker, I should say that if the Carmichael residents have a concern, please feel free to call my office, 603-0435, or send a WhatsApp message and I will get to you. Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Minister of Social Services and his junior minister. The Urban Renewal Office in Carmichael is now fully open and fully functional. Madam Speaker, let me say, I am happy that, well, there's only 1 school and 1 old age home in Carmichael, unlike some of my other colleagues who have several schools and a number of areas. I have 1 school and 1 old age home, so I'm therefore able to put significant resources into those schools and into the old age home. And so I'm thankful and I appreciate my dear wife, who was being there as an anonymous donor to take care of most of their financial needs. Thank you, Clara. Through the assistance of the Parks and Beaches Authority, we continue to ensure that all our verges and parks and sidewalks are kept clean, green, and pristine, which is critical in ensuring that we keep a clean community. Madam Speaker, I want to say to the residents of Carmichael that the best is yet to come, as we are about to launch the Carmichael Development Association. So I tell everybody, stay tuned. Madam Speaker, a key campaign initiative of this government has been to increase the legal minimum wage of workers. This is a campaign promise which will be kept and implemented in 2 phases. As the Honorable Prime Minister has announced, the intention is to increase the minimum wage of public servants. The second phase is to increase minimum wage of all workers, which is being reviewed by the ministry's social partners. And let me say, Madam Speaker, having gone to the ILO conference in Africa, when we do come back to this honorable place at some point to deal with the amendments to the minimum wage, obviously, I think that we ought to begin to address our mind about how we ought to include and incorporate all categories of workers as opposed to just excluding them from the act. So, for example, children, young persons, agricultural workers, domestic workers, we're going to have to determine how we're going to deal with those. And so we can begin to do the research in terms of how we're going to incorporate those persons into the legislation. And I know it's a challenge, particularly for categories of particularly young persons like packing boys and those young persons who have to get out there and make a living in order to support the family. Madam Speaker, it gives me great honor today to briefly apprise you of the areas that come under my remit. And of course, you know that's the Department of Labor, the Department of Immigration, the National Tripartite Council, and the National Training Agency. Madam Speaker, just before I update this honorable chamber on these areas, I wish to state that I am so inspired by the level of commitment and dedication of the hardworking senior and junior management team and staff of my ministry. These workers are committed to excellence, and each day they excel in their various professions and go out of their way to provide personalized, high-quality levels of service to members of the public. I wish to thank, Madam Speaker, my former permanent secretary, Gina Thompson, who is an angel. She is being now transferred to the Ministry of Public Service. Upon my appointment, P.S. Thompson embraced and welcomed me into the ministry and ensured that I was kept up to date and the ministry functioned smoothly. She displayed a very high level of professionalism and competence. On behalf of the executives and staffs, I extend best wishes to P.S. Thompson and note that now that she is in the Ministry of the Public Service, I am sure that the Ministry of Labor and Immigration will be given top priority. I wish to welcome with open arms P.S. Cecilia Strawn to our ministry, and I look forward to a long-standing, productive working relationship. Madam Speaker, over the past 9 months, the staff of the Labor Department has transformed the department into an entity that is focused on improving the levels of efficiency and productivity by consistently delivering world-class service to citizens and residents alike. Madam Speaker, as I would note, the Department of Labor core values are service with excellence, accountability, productivity, balance, and of course, passion. I have a very fine team there, Madam Speaker, and headed by, of course, the Director, Robert Farquharson, who continues to go over and beyond the call of duty. And I wish to commend him and the work that they're doing down there. The department has a complement of 125 officers, with offices in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Eleuthera, Andros, and Exuma. I am also pleased to inform this honorable house that since coming to office, a new sub-office has been opened in Bimini, and by December, an additional sub-office will be opened in 8 Mile Rock, Grand Bahama. That is what a new day government does. We deliver, Madam Speaker. By opening more departments of labor offices, Madam Speaker, we are making more job opportunities readily accessible for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, there are a number of initiatives that are ongoing in the Department of Labor. Our citizen security, We have hosted a number of job fairs, including with Sandals, including with Paradise Games. We have partnered with BTVI. We have partnered with Disney Development in Eleuthera. We've also done a job fair in Exoma. We have hosted Labor on the Blocks 2.0, Madam Speaker, and the list goes on and on. Madam Speaker, I wish to take note that I have met and we have forged relations with the umbrella trade unions in our country, and I've met with a number of those unions. I've also, Madam Speaker, met with just last week the newly formed Bahamas National Alliance of Trade Unions. I wish to congratulate the President and executive officers, and I have given them the full assurance that this David Laird administration will work with them as we continue to forge closer ties and build upon labor relations in this country. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I have met with the leadership and elected officers of almost all of the independent registered trade unions in our country. Madam Speaker, one of the lessons learned from the various job fairs is that some of our job seekers are not adequately ready to enter the labor market. And as such, the Public Employment Services Unit is in the final stages of holding a number of training classes to assist persons in properly preparing resumes, etiquette, how you dress for interviews, certain basic skills. And I am pleased, Madam Speaker, that they are well on their way with ensuring that these job seekers are put in a position to ensure that they get the best possible opportunity to be employed. Madam Speaker, at the Department of Labor, one significant achievement has been the process of digitizing the majority of its services. I can now confirm that the process of applying, reviewing, investigating, approving, and issuing labor certificates is fully digitized. And we were able, Madam Speaker, just last week, to issue an electronic labor certificate. So we are now in the process where, Madam Speaker, persons and companies can now, from the comfort of their office, apply for and be issued with labor certificates. This is part, Madam President, of this New Day government of the ease of doing business in this country. Madam Speaker, the leadership of the National Tripartite Council remains committed to being a forum for labor and industrial relations in the Bahamas. It is in this positive environment of cooperation and consultation that I report on the activities. I am pleased, Madam Speaker, that under the able leadership of Ms. Sharon Martin, the National Tripartite Council is well on its way with introducing the Country Decent Work Program. And as I indicated before in this honorable chamber, the Bahamas is the first country in the English-speaking Caribbean to sign on to the ILO Decent Country Work Program. And I wish to applaud the team for what they're doing and all of our social partners as we move ahead to ensure that we have good and strong labor relations in our country. Madam Speaker, I wish to turn my attention now to the Department of Immigration. On the 31st of January 2022, a total of 176 men and women joined the department as new recruits. 174 of these individuals completed the basic training, which included training in the areas of the Bahamas laws, soft skills training, physical training, and drills. They are also being exposed to social corporate responsibility as this group of men and women take part in social community outreach programs. What is significant here, Madam Speaker, is in May, at the commencement of the debate in this honorable House on the 2020 Fiscal Strategy Report, the honorable member for Kalani said, "The time is long overdue to stop the political hiring of persons regardless of skill sets just to win votes." I repeat that. The honorable member for Kalani stated, the Honorable Prime Minister, "The time is long overdue to stop the political hiring of persons regardless of skill sets just to win votes. This is May 2020. Madam Speaker, against this backdrop, imagine my surprise when in September 2021, dozens of contracts for jobs were promised by young Bahamians surfaced. The contracts were signed and dated the 14th of September 2021. Wow. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, one of the contracts was signed on the 15th of September 2021. I have them here. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to table all of these contracts. I have over 24 of them. It's important, Madam Speaker, because when I'm looking at that gorgeous lady in the back of you. I'm looking at the member of Parliament for Sea Breeze, my buddy, and Pine Ridge. Just turn around and look. She's just looking in shock. She's just in shock. The member of Parliament for Sea Breeze was just in shock when I say I have 24 contracts signed on the 14th of September and one on the 15th of September, a day before the election, by the honorable member of Kalani, who said that the time is long overdue to stop the political hiring and persons, regardless of skill sets, to win elections. What is even some more significant about this, Madam Speaker, is there was no vetting, there was no checks, there was no balances, none. None. Wow. So when these young persons came to me, Madam Speaker, having been appointed as the Minister of Labor and Immigration, they came to me because they had the contracts and they were asking me when they're going to be put in training. I had to go to the cabinet and I went to the Prime Minister. And as I started, Madam Speaker, I started by saying that this honorable man who serves as our Prime Minister is full of humanity. He's full of compassion. He's not doing none of these. But Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that all of these persons, every single one, all, no man, no woman left behind. That's right. They're all now trainee immigration officers. Door shut. Madam Speaker, the question remains, and I ask again, who approved these contracts? Were the financial commitments of these contracts disclosed in the pre-election economic and fiscal update as provided for in Section 11 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act? This behavior is simply shocking. You know, and Madam Speaker, let me just applaud those young people, because it didn't only happen in immigration. It happened in the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defense Force too. The former administration, Madam Speaker, the former administration tried to use our young Bahamian people as a ploy to get election votes. That's what they did. And all the contracts are here, we have them. And Madam Speaker, let me say, you know, our young people ain't fooled. These are the same young people, in my view, who vote against them. And Madam Speaker, let me say, I continue to pray and cover that honorable member for Cat Island. You know, Madam Speaker, in all that I've presented here today, we have to recognize the fact that we have to stop playing games with the country's finances and the emotions of people. This cannot be excused, and it is wrong. For our part, Madam Speaker, As I said, the Honorable Prime Minister said, simply correct the wrong. And that's what he did. Madam Speaker, let me say, as I indicated, that there has been a significant increase in revenue by this administration in the last 9 months. There has also been a significant revenue in the collection of revenue by the Department of Immigration. Madam Speaker, revenue is up by $74,559,318.78. I wish to commend my new director, only the second woman having been filled that position, Director Katera Ferguson, and our executive team, and all of the senior and junior members in the Department of Immigration, as they do a fine job, including all of those trainee immigration officers going as far back as 2014, who the former administration outrightly refused to give them any contract, working with no contract as far back as 2014. And I wish to thank you, Minister Pierre Global Road. I pray for you. God bless you, my dear, and your family, as you work those horrendous hours, dealing with all those thousands of files in there, and all the personalities you got to deal with. Huh? And don't forget, we also have to thank our Minister of Health. We got to thank our Minister of Health and his fine team. No more lockdowns. No one said it could have been done. But we have a competent authority in the person of a competent Minister of Health.
Real health minister.
Madam Speaker, I can also say to the Bahamian people, I know I've gotten a number of concerns where they have complained that they are witnessing a number of illegal, or rather irregular migrants in our family islands, as well as here in New Providence. We continue to do the roundups. We continue to do our repatriation exercises. And to date, Madam Speaker, we have repatriated some 3,234 persons. And Madam Speaker, I can say that it is a very strong likelihood, given again this war in Ukraine is having some impact. We see that we have some migrants or irregular migrants from a country not too far from us. And we are ensuring that we protect our borders for Bahamians. So we may have to come back for some more money for repatriation, but we can make sure they understand that they have to leave this country. We have spent, as of July of this year, some $1,751,399.73 on repatriation costs. Madam Speaker, it is a new day.
Yes.
It is a new feeling.
Yeah.
And Madam Speaker, the people down there, or the employees down there in the National Training Agency, under the able leadership of my dear Agatha Marcel. Let me say, Madam Speaker, it is so good when you're able to put competent people in positions around you. It makes your job that much lighter. That's right. I have in my presence, Madam Speaker, my dear Virginia Thurston, who is my consultant, my PR lady. She got my back. That's right. As we seek to relocate the Ministry of Labor and Immigration, hopefully very soon, we're moving ahead.
Yes.
She good. Get on the ship. We are not slowing down.
No way.
But I wish to thank Mr. Terry, Murray, and all of the team down there. I get them, I sell all of them down there to the National Training Agency as they prepare our young people for the workforce. And they retrain and, of course, ensure that they reach out to all of these areas, these technical areas, human resource, AC technicians, cooks, storekeepers, lifeguards, diesel mechanics, etc. Madam Speaker, let me say that today we are at a critical point in our national development. Next year, we will mark the 50th year of our independence, and we find ourselves fighting to ensure that we mark the manner of our bearing. This budget and its policies support economic growth and development, which is key to our government growth agenda. Key tax concessions and duty reductions have been introduced to reduce the cost of goods in many areas, including food. Recently, a major retailer announced that because of the tax reductions introduced by this budget, lower prices will begin to take effect. This budget, Madam Speaker, touches lives and supports growth. Madam Speaker, as I conclude my contribution, as we approach our 50th anniversary as an independent nation, Madam Speaker, I want to remind all of us, to reflect on the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Lord, just make us an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us sow love. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Let us continue to work together to bring joy and hope and health to the people of this great Commonwealth. May God continue to bless this great Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, this number good. This number good. This number good. We're going brown.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order that the documents be brought up.
We're brown. Susan Wallace.
Have my standing on the promises. Let me give you one more.
Is the benediction? Is the benediction?
Once he's laid the documents, I just want to reserve the space.
I thought it was is the benediction? Benediction? It's tablet?
It's exercises. Hold on.
Benediction. Benediction after the service.
Then you got to get one of these by Susan Wallace. We're going to mom by Susan Wallace. Yeah. Hold on, I think it's one more. I think I got the thank you very much. You're talking well. I think that's all. I think that's it. If there's anything else, I'll get to you. Yeah, that's someone else's.
He's all signed, right?
Okay.
He's still putting them together? Okay. He stapled them all together?
Yeah.
Stapled them.
That's one set and that's one set.
Oh, okay. order that the documents do lie on the table. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Wanted to address a couple of items raised by the member for Carmichael and to ask the member for Carmichael to either rephrase or withdraw an earlier statement that he made that was incorrect. And I'm confident that the member, who is often thoroughly prepared, is aware that he was incorrect. The member made the point, Madam Speaker, that the government of the Bahamas over the last 4.5 years prior to this administration would have accumulated somewhere in the vicinity of $1.3 or so billion in terms of funds or expenditure, and had nothing to show for it. I'll go into those numbers in greater detail tomorrow. But the immediate point, Madam Speaker, is that the member is fully aware that even in the budget that this administration has brought to this House, that when you look at the figures in Annex 16, public investment projects that are ongoing, it's clear that somewhere in the vicinity of $215 million have just been spent pretty much on ongoing projects. If I had identified only one project, it would have been sufficient to indicate that the member for Carmichael made a statement that he must have known in advance to be false. Now, yes, we could say that it was hyperbole, he was simply exaggerating, but it is inappropriate. What is also true is the member acknowledged in his presentation, Madam Speaker, aside from the $215 million I mentioned, he also mentioned that there was a hurricane and a pandemic. And I believe, and again, tomorrow I'd be happy to dissect the numbers more, that at least $400 million was spent on a variety of social services or social safety net initiatives as well. So in terms of making the point that no funds, by the way, if we could get a copy of that as well, I'd appreciate it. And so again, Madam Speaker, I think it is important to make the points that any of us wish to make, but we should be honest and accurate in our characterization. The second broad issue, Madam Speaker, I wish to comment on is the member referenced the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which I thought was wonderful that you brought attention to that, and I take no issue with the points that you raised with respect to that, except you just happen to omit several important things. The very Fiscal Responsibility Act, by way of you, Madam Speaker, the very Fiscal Responsibility Act that you reference requires, no problem. Let me just finish the point. Just be courteous. You did so well for your team. Just be courteous and let me make the point. The
chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the honorable member is saying that I omitted certain provision. I could have gone through the entire legislation. I omitted. That's what I wanted to use, and that's what I used. That's the first thing. And secondly, in respect to, I was very specific in terms.
Honorable member.
I was very specific, Madam Speaker, and I don't wish to prolong because I know it's getting late. It is late. Madam Speaker, in terms of I was very clear when I said a substantive project that, if you want me to complete, that came to an end. If we are continuing to put money in it, that means you only finish it. So you can't say it cannot be continuous, and then you say that's something that you achieved. But that in a point. You can do that.
Honorable member. You will have your time to rebut all of these members.
I want a point of order because of an assertion.
And what is your point of order?
The assertion is that he made an erroneous statement. He was inaccurate, and I could use a more aggressive language, but he was inaccurate in what he said to the public about the record of the former administration. I am correcting the record. And so, again, I identified to this point at least $600 million in expenditure, both on capital works as well, and again, it's here in the book that you could look at, and in terms of the social safety net that was put in place, whether it was job assistance, feeding program, and other kinds of social assistance. So, no, that was the point you made. It was the point you made. Let me complete, Madam Speaker. May I complete the point of order? Secondly, the second point of order is that you sought in referencing the Fiscal Responsibility Act to mislead the public by cherry picking the item you wish. Your same Fiscal Responsibility Act talked about the Fiscal Strategy Report, and the Fiscal Strategy Report requires that the government lay such a report on the table of the House of Assembly. It was never done. So when you're talking about accountability and following the law, this administration failed to follow the law in laying it on the table. Secondly, every item stated in the Fiscal Strategy Report, it is expected that that is a precursor to what you will say in the budget. You've made radical adjustments to the budget that differ from the Fiscal Strategy Report. And by law, you are required to indicate what accounts for the... I'm making the point. Can I finish the point? Can I finish the point? I seek to finish the point. No, you're not going to shut me down. I am making the point. I am making the point. The point. And so, no, I'm correct. No, I'm correcting the record. So you're now making a speech on his behalf? I thought he acquitted himself quite well. So allow me to finish the point. I'm wrapping up my point, Madam Speaker. Can I wrap up my point? Very quickly. So the point that I'm making is the very act that you reference is the act that this administration is in violation of. You have not yet reported any of the contracts required by law since September of last year. So I want to leave that on the record.
Address the chair.
Yes. Okay.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for...
Speaker, I think the member for Marco said exactly what he's trying to leave something on the record. The truth is that is not what Carmichael is referring to. Carmichael was speaking specifically to what was indicated by their then leader and prime minister about accountability related to fiscal strategy. And he referenced that, fiscal responsibility, and he wanted to talk about certain points. And he then wanted to prove as he did by the documents that he presented. There was not fiscal responsibility. That is the point he was trying to make.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you, Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, now we move for the suspension of today's session. We continue tomorrow when the member for Exuma and Ragged Island will be in the chair. We now move for the suspension. We move the suspension of the House to Wednesday, June 15th at 10 a.m. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island will have the floor.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House be suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House is suspended until tomorrow at 10 a.m.